Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to let you know that there's no lineup at the registration table outside. So if you haven't received your package and your name tag, please feel free to go ahead and do so. Thank you.
Good morning. So, my name is Melanie Omanhio, and I'd like to welcome you to our policy forum, the first one that we've been able to do since 2019. And I know that we're kind of trying to get rolling here. So I want to first off tell you that we are sitting on the unceded, unsurrendered territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin people, but we are also sitting on the community and areas of some of the Métis Nation of Ontario's homeland as well. So I want to also, this thing is echoing. Is it echoing out there? Our sound tech people need to fix that. So there's a few housekeeping little things I'm going to tell you. The agenda that's in your kits, ignore it. It is a very old first draft agenda. It's not the right agenda. We always like to work from a hidden agenda, and that's what we're going to do today. No, I do have some of my team who've been doing amazing work running around there like little beavers, and they are going to, they're going to get the real agenda and get it printed so all of you will have the right agenda. So please bear with me and Ty as we try to make do with what we have and until the real agenda hits the floor. So I want to introduce you to Ty Grumman, who is a young Métis woman. She has been a moderator and a chair for us in the past. And she is a gifted, talented artisan, and we love her to bits. And you're going to get to know her over the next few days. And I'm going to tell you, there won't be a woman in this room that hasn't fallen crazy in love with her by the time she's done. And you'll all be trying to seek her out when she's finished. So she's going to actually be my co-moderator with me, and she's also going to be doing an event on Wednesday night called Maria's Letters, if I'm doing this by memory. And it'll be a part of what we do for the dinner on Wednesday evening. So we invite and welcome all of you to come and participate with her and let her demonstrate some of her amazing skills. So I'm going to invite Ty up here, and the other person, and I'm hoping I have given her enough time, is our elder, Diane, is going to come and open our day with a prayer. Diane McKay Ludwig is from Lac La Biche. She actually originates out of Saskatchewan, though, and we have a council of Métis grandmothers that, and you will get to meet all of them throughout the next few days. And Diane is one of our Métis grandmothers that works with women of the Métis Nation all the time. Welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Kuinaskum tanawa wa manos o te kapitohtiik. Wahiawo se o makaki o eskuiwa ko ta kapitohtitsek. Kuinaskum tanawa wa manos. Creator, God, bless us all this morning. Welcome all these beautiful women that are here with us today and for the next few days. Today, and for the next 4 or 5 days, we are going to be looking at the policy forum. And with that, I ask each and every one of you to think about our future generations, about all the children, your grandchildren, my grandchildren, great-grandchildren that are going to be walking in our footprints. Leave beautiful ones behind so they will remember that their kokums and their mothers and their sisters were here today. To think about the future and to think about how we are going to carve that future for them. I've been working with children for a very long time, for the last 30 years, and I think about that like I'm not going to be here forever, but what I do today is going to impact what happens in the future for all our children and our daughters. And I'd like to again welcome you, and I ask Creator to bless us today, to open our hearts and to open our minds of all the beautiful things out there and the wisdom that we can share. And in my Cree language we say, Mamtanitsagan, and that's to think with your head, think about good things. And also take the time to do that picture, color that picture of how you want to see the future for our future leaders. And I want to thank Melanie and everybody here for being here today and for caring and for loving and for everything that's happening in the next few days. Hi, Kuinas kam tanawa. Merci.
So I'm going to have Ty come up and start us off with our hidden agenda.
Good morning, everyone. How's it going? Yeah, aren't we all so happy to be here? For those, I know a lot of you, but for those who don't know me, my name is Taimi Grauman, and I'm Métis Cree and Haudenosaunee from Ardrossan, Alberta. My father is Métis Cree and Haudenosaunee from St. Paul, and my mother is Métis Cree from Cutknife, and I grew up between the two in Ardrossan. I live in Edmonton now, and the last time I was here 2.5 years ago was right before the world shut down. And I remember getting off the plane from Ottawa, the 8-hour flight. I was living in Vancouver at the time. I was about to move back to Edmonton. And I remember turning my phone off of airplane mode, and Apple News was just blowing up. COVID-19, isolate. It's the beginning of the Panini pandemic, plague. And one of the things, I had the best time here 2.5 years ago, and I met so many incredible women who really filled me up and made me decide it was time for me to move home to Alberta. And so when I got off the plane and I turned off airplane mode and all this news was coming up, one of my first thoughts was, oh my God, I have no idea when I'm gonna see those women again. And it is so nice to see you all again here today. So I'm going to start off by introducing President Cassidy Caron. Cassidy Caron is a Métis woman with roots in the historic Métis communities of Batoche, St. Louis, Saskatchewan. Cassidy has previously served for 4 years as a provincially elected representative of the Métis Nation of BC, as the Provincial Métis Youth Chair and MN's BC's Minister responsible for youth. A passionate public speaker, talented facilitator, and strong advocate, Cassidy works with the community at heart. She is guided by her ancestors who led before her, while being mindful of the generations of leaders who will come behind her. Cassidy recognizes the power of bringing together individuals from all walks of life to work together in a spirit of collaboration and harmony, while respecting one another's history, traditions, ways of knowing and being, to co-create a positive, healthy, and beneficial pathway forward for all. Please help me welcome President Cassidy Caron.
Thank you very much. Tansei Kiowa, good morning, everybody. It's so wonderful to see all of your beautiful faces. So many of you who I've met throughout the years, Many of you who I've only had the chance to meet just in this past year, and then some of you who I haven't had the opportunity to meet yet, but look forward to meeting you over the next couple of days. I want to begin by thanking Elder Diane for her beautiful prayer, and in that prayer, her reminders for all of us to take it as our responsibility to create a future that we want to see for our future generations. It's so important for us to be thinking about those future generations, and as women leaders in our communities, I think that's one of the strengths that we bring to many different leadership and decision-making tables is the ability to see beyond ourselves as individuals, and thinking about the big picture, the Métis Nation into the future for our future generations, because many of us are mothers or grandmothers, kukums, aunties. Maybe you will be having children in the future. We're thinking beyond ourselves, and thank you, Diane, for that reminder. So for those of you who I haven't had the opportunity to meet, and even those of you who I have, I always just love to bring it back to introducing myself. Cassidy from Batoche and St. Louis, Saskatchewan. My grandparents from those sacred lands out on the prairies, those lands that mean so much to our people. Batoche, that sacred territory where our ancestors fought for our rights. They fought for our way of being. And St. Louis, Saskatchewan, where my grandmother, a Boucher, from those lands, one of the first of a handful of families to settle along those riverbanks out there, to care for the riverbanks that in turn cared for our families. Those riverbanks and those waters took care of our families as they were making that their home. That's where I'm from. That's where I love to go home to, and that's the place that guides me as I do this work. I'm so happy to be here, finally, at another policy forum for Lfmo. Of course, there's been many things that have stopped us along the last few years to be able to gather like this. And I want to point to your agendas. That is what I said to some of my folks yesterday, an aggressive agenda. And it's just a testament to how much work Lfmo is doing and how much work Lfmo does. They do so much incredible work to ensure that the voices of Métis women, 2S LGBTQIA+, and diverse folks, that their voices are heard within the policy development in the Federation of Canada. And I'm so honored to do this work alongside Lfmo, and soon to be sharing an office space with Lfmo in downtown Ottawa to make sure that all of the work of the Métis National Council has that unique perspective to apply those lenses to all of the work that we do. Again, I just want to thank you all for being here and just remind everybody that you are leaders in everything that you do. Leadership doesn't need to look or act a certain way, and it's on us to make sure that we carry ourselves in ways that we want our young people to follow in those footsteps, that we're building that brighter future, that we recognize that there's leadership within absolutely every single one of you, and that looks different in every circumstance. Artists are leaders, educators are leaders. You don't need to have an elected title to be a leader, and all of you, just for being here today, are leaders in your own right. And to be able to create the space for diverse voices at these leadership spaces, at leadership tables, is only going to support that future that we all want to build for ourselves, for our future generations. When I think about when Canada was in its early stages, when our organizations were in their early stages, and you think about the individuals who were sitting at those tables and making those decisions, it didn't reflect the diversity that's sitting within this room today. And we don't need to dwell on that, though, because we have the opportunity to be diverse in those spaces today. So be brave, put yourself out there, use the leadership that I know you all have within yourselves to create that brighter future for our future generations. And this is an incredible step towards doing that. So thank you so much for being here, and I look forward to spending time with you over the next couple of days.
Thank you so much, Cassidy. Next, I want to welcome Lisa Smith up. Lisa Smith is the president of the Métis Nation of British Columbia. She currently serves as the Minister for Métis Rights, Justice, and Digital Government, and as the Senate's liaison for the Cabinet. She has previously served as Minister of Children and Families and Minister of Health. Everyone, please welcome Lisa Smith.
Good morning, everybody. I know a lot of us are very tired. There was a bunch of us on flights that got in at 1:30 a.m., and so I know I'm not alone in being very tired. It's always a little bit awkward for me to follow Cassidy and her upbeat, youthful speaking, but I'm really glad to be here. It's really, just sitting there thinking and looking around the room and how wonderful it is to be amongst so many Métis women. It's, very seldom that we get the opportunity to be with this many women, so I'm looking forward to meeting you all. So it's already been stated that I'm the president of Métis Nation BC, and it's wonderful to join you here on the Anishinaabe Algonquin territory, and as President Omenahu said, and the Métis communities. I'm bringing greetings on behalf of our MNBC Board of Directors, our Provincial Women's Chair, Dr. Katie Elliott, who unfortunately couldn't be here today. She's expecting twins, and she's getting very close to her due date, so she's not able to travel. So we're very excited. She's having a boy and a girl. We know that already, so we wish her all the best, and we can't wait to see the new babies. I want to acknowledge our regional women's representatives, the leaders in all their own regions in British Columbia, and all the Métis people across beautiful British Columbia. And as has been said before, it's so nice to be gathering here in person once again. In 2019, we think about that, and that's 3 years ago. And I don't think any of us ever thought 3 years ago, not only would it just be the beginning of COVID, but we didn't really think that COVID would still be with us. So I think this might be our new normal. So these type of events, these gatherings where we get to spend time with each other is just integral to the Métis way of life. It's an opportunity to build connections and networks of strong Métis women across the motherland. I know the last few years have been incredibly challenging for all of us, and we know that Métis people were disproportionately impacted by the pandemic, especially our youth, elders, and of course Métis women and gender diverse individuals. It is only by sticking together as a community that we persevered through it all. Sorry about that, I've got pages sticking together here. I usually have a binder or something. I really want to thank the Lfmo, President Omenahu, and all the provincial women chairs and all the staff at Lfmo for hosting this event and for the invitation. It's, we know that they've been hard advocating for the important issues that impact Métis women and gender diverse individuals. I'd like to acknowledge Victoria Pruden, who I had the honor of serving on the MNBC board with when she was Provincial Women's Chair for Métis Nation BC. I also served with Victoria Pruden. Where is Victoria? Oh, there you are, back there. Hi, Victoria. Victoria and I also served together on the Métis Nation of Greater Victoria Board of Directors many, many years ago now. I'm in my 16th year on the MNBC board, so it's getting pretty close to going on 20 years pretty soon. So thank you, Victoria. Lfmo has been at the forefront in advocating that Métis women from across the country are treated respectfully and are being empowered to work with our Métis governments to help create a safe, healthy, and vibrant communities for our families. I can say at home in BC we have similar priorities and wish to work more closely with Lfmo on advancing those initiatives. Important issues like housing, health, environmental protection, gender-based violence, early learning and childcare, and of course, justice, of which I'm proud to also say, and was noted before, that I'm the Minister of Justice for Métis Nation, BC. Métis women are the heart and soul of our nation, and I'm a mother and a grandmother and a great-grandmother, so I truly believe that we as women are the heart and soul of our nation. There would be no Métis Nation without our women, and we all know that. We know how that works. Behind every Métis family, community, workplace is a strong, powerful Métis woman. They have been the stewards of our lands, knowledge keepers, and healers. Today, Métis women are taking the lead in the fight for equity for Métis people. If we look at Métis National Council, 3 of the MNC governing members are governed by Métis women, and our national president, Cassidy, is also a woman. It's something we should all be immensely proud of. We as a nation are lifting up our matriarchs and our two-spirit individuals. And when I look around this room, I see faces of diverse individuals who are going to be the future of our Métis Nation. In closing, I want to thank you all for inviting me to join you at this policy forum to ensure the voices of Métis women and 2LSGBTQIA+ individuals are captured on critical items of importance. It really is a pleasure to be here, and hopefully I'll wake up soon because I'm just literally half asleep, but I really am happy to be here. So thank you.
So I get the privilege of introducing our next speaker. And actually, I do agree with what Lisa just said. I mean, as much as COVID has hit us, our nation has changed a lot in the past few years. We do have a national president who's a young Métis woman who makes me so proud. You have no idea. If men thought they could conduct a chair meeting, you need to be in a meeting with Miss Cassidy because she will show you what chairing a meeting should look like. So this next woman I've known for just a little bit. Actually, I've known Michelle Leclerc, who is the Vice President of the Métis Nation of Saskatchewan, for many years. She has worked as an ally and an advocate. She comes from a very strong Métis family from Manitoba, and she is working in Saskatchewan. She's worked with all kinds of issues, like the issues of trying to ensure that there was supports for children and families through Comfy. She's gone through many, many things. She's been a part of the justice system and working and advocating for us to have allies within that system. And she's very much a Métis rights person who has brought many of the Métis rights issues to the table and understands those legal confines in which somehow chokehold us sometimes within the process of us moving our nation forward. And I'm really proud that she is the Vice President of the Métis Nation of Saskatchewan, and I invite her to come forward.
Well, thank you. I've known Mel a long time. Her mom, Marge Friedel, was a mentor of mine as a young woman. I was involved with Métis women when I was about 21, 22 years old back in the 90s, so I am really aging myself, but she would be so proud of you, Mel. So I want to acknowledge that we're here on the unceded, unsurrendered territory of the Anishinaabe and Algonquin Nation, as well as the communities of the Métis here in Ottawa. I want to thank Diane for your beautiful prayer, and thank you for starting us in a good way and reminding us about our obligations as women here. So it's an honor to bring greetings on behalf of the MNS. Pardon me, I was on the same flight as Lisa, so I'm pretty tired as well. I'd like to thank the Lfmo Women of the Nation for hosting such an important event. And it's a privilege to be here with you today, and I concur with what everyone else has said. It's nice to see your beautiful faces here, and want to acknowledge our women from Saskatchewan over here, who I know will contribute in a big way, and acknowledge all of the work that you do. You know, when I was a young woman, I couldn't even imagine having this kind of policy conference. So we should be proud of the leadership that the Lfmo has brought to us. In our culture, of course, women are the heart and the soul of our nation. Our kinship networks have been the lifeline of our communities for centuries. We're healers, knowledge keepers, stewards of the land, and mothers in many, many forms. As we work to revive our traditions and breathe new life into our languages and the ways of our old people, we look to the future with optimism and with hope. There's a bright, bright future for Métis, but we must take care of our women, and we must protect our elders, our girls, and our 2S LGBTQ plus family, for there is no future without any of them. At our weekend MNLA, we paid tribute to a very strong Métis woman, Lfmo, who we lost recently. Oh, I'm going to get choked up. Sorry. Tammy worked tirelessly to advocate and advance women's causes, and we will miss her greatly. She was a little spitfire. I don't know how many of you knew Lfmo, but she was a Métis woman from Saskatchewan. She was the president of La Fille de Madeleine, and a real fighter, and she lost her battle to cancer just recently. The MNS will continue to honor and build on her legacy by supporting the development of a plan to address violence against Métis women, female elders, girls, and 2S LGBT plus persons in Saskatchewan. We continue to call for increase in action by all levels of government to address the issues of murdered, missing Indigenous women, girls, and, pardon me, 2S LGBTQ plus. We are investing millions of dollars in early learning in Saskatchewan and childcare, and supporting families and children who have unique needs with grants such as early years accessibility grants. Sorry, I'm like Lisa, I'm tired this morning. My pages are sticking together too, Lisa. Our provincial Métis youth is led by another very, very strong female who also represents the 2S LGBTQ plus community. Our MNS Youth President, Autumn Lang-LaRose, who I don't think is here this morning, is generating interest among youth for representation at government tables. She's not a leader of the future, she's a leader of today, and we are so proud of her. We're making progress, and I'm so proud of that, but much work remains to be done. I know both as a Métis woman and as the Vice President of the Métis Nation Saskatchewan that it's imperative that we have a seat at the table. Whether it's bringing awareness to domestic violence or combating climate change, women need to be at every policy table that affects our lives. So looking out across the room, I see you, I see us, I see strong women And I wish you every success. I'll be here for the next day or two in developing policy and talking about policy and talking about what affects us, not just as women, but our families, our communities, bringing health back to our communities. So thank you for having me very much.
Thank you, Michelle. Next, I'd like to welcome up Andrea Sandmeyer. She is the Vice President of Region 2, which is located in northeastern Alberta. She is very active in New Dawn Métis Women's Society and is on the Mental Wellness Committee. She also sits on the C92 Advisory Committee and the Métis National Council and Rights Committee. She is very involved in justice. Please help me welcome Andrea Sandmeyer.
Good morning. Again, beautiful faces. Everybody said that today, but it's amazing. I'm delighted to be at this forum and bring welcoming remarks on behalf of our president, Audrey Patra, and the citizens of the Métis Nation of Alberta. It's so comforting to be able to gather together in person, something we couldn't do over the last few years, and it's great. I find it invigorating to be in the company of so many strong, beautiful Métis women, all representing a common goal of achieving fair and equal representation of women of the Métis Nation across the motherland. Our Métis women have an extensive legacy as family leaders and decision makers, dating back to time long before Canada became a country as it is today. And to this day, our matriarchs continue to be the threads that hold our people and our families together. Today, women of the Métis Nation and influencers like you matter more than ever. You have a crucial role in playing in affecting public policy and decision-making by articulating and promoting the objectives and ambitions of women and 2S LGBTQIA+ of our nation. Conversations and interactions at forums like this can produce results that move the agenda forward by advocating for the priorities of the women of our nation. I'm looking forward to taking part in the information and interactive sessions, panel discussions, and presentations included in the very, very bold agenda for the next couple days. Receiving the most up-to-date information on these topics and then sharing that information within our home communities is essential to fostering a grassroots connections that continue to build the foundation of the Métis Nation. I congratulate you all on your achievements and look forward to your presentations. Thank you for your contributions to your communities and to the Métis Nation. And I just want to shout out to all the Métis Nation of Alberta women that are here. I think there's a very large group of you. So thank you very much, and thank you, Melanie.
So I have a few housekeeping things that I'm going to do right now. You will have seen on your agenda that we had Audrey Patras, but Andrea Sandmeyer brought greetings on behalf of the Métis Nation of Alberta. Audrey just is an extremely busy woman right now, running around Alberta, trying to work on ensuring that every Métis person in Alberta gets to vote for a constitution. So we know that her activity didn't allow her to come here, and we appreciate the fact that Andrea was here. I want to mention that Glenn McCullum was going to come and bring greetings as well. Michelle Leclerc has come on his behalf. Please send Glenn all your prayers and good thoughts because he's recovering right now in the hospital, and he will be out and about and running in no time at all. In fact, I think his wife Verna is back there trying to keep his feet tied to a bed because he'd be out and running right now if he could. I also want to let you know that Margaret Froh has asked us if she could bring closing remarks instead of bringing opening remarks today, so we will look forward to her comments on Friday. And Marilyn Lizzie was unable to come. She had a doctor's appointment that she couldn't reschedule. She tried. So we do appreciate the fact that she has sent somebody to speak on her behalf as well. And I also want to just at this point add to all of you, I know that flying in this new era is a challenge, and I do appreciate that many of you went through some challenging times and long days and delays to get here. And I even know I was talking to a young woman last night that had a horrific experience where some of her things went missing out of her luggage. So I know we're trying to help her get her things back. But I also want to tell you this, and use it, because I think airlines will only improve their service if they're made to be accountable. And many of you that have experienced more than a 3-hour delay, get a hold of those airlines. You will get airline credits because it's by law now. They have to compensate you when they have you hanging around airports for an entire day. And so make sure you get a hold of the airlines and have them compensate you for what you guys went through. Like, don't just take it, well, okay, I've got to take this, because the only way they're going to give us better service is if they're made to pay for the bad service they gave us. So Ty is going to come up, and I want to just add this before we start. We're going to introduce and have some of the speakers that are a part of LFMO's board come up and bring greetings. I know that many times people say Melanie, but it isn't Melanie that does this. I have an amazing team which I will introduce to you sometime today, but I also have an amazing board. Kate Elliott, we heard about this morning from Lisa. She's busy having babies. We have Marilyn Lizzie, who is another phenomenal board member. Suzanne Jackson is on my board, along with, it'll be a great loss to us, is Tammy Ma. And I know that the Métis Women of Saskatchewan are going to come forward and be in her big moccasins that they have to fill. But somebody will come forward from her, and we'll talk about Tammy a little bit in a little while. But we're going to have Ty come forward, and I want you to know from the bottom of my heart, every one of those women play a very important part of who we are and how we move forward, and with some of the amazing work and growth that we've experienced.
Isn't Melanie just so freaking amazing? I just love being with her in her presence. Next, we have Bailey Oster, who's going to come up. And Bailey is the author and co-editor of Stories My Cookum Told Me, that book that's everywhere right now. My grandma loves it. She's also the manager of youth programs at the MNA and the VP of New Dawn Métis Women's Society. And for those of you who don't know, she was also just named the top 40 under 40 for Edmonton. Yeah. Here's Bailey.
All right. Hello, everyone. So yeah, I'm Bailey. I did find out I was doing these greetings like 20 minutes ago, so I'll be quick, I promise. I was very tired, but nothing to wake you up in the morning, like a little bit of public speaking. Gets your blood flow up. So I'm here to provide greetings on behalf of Marilyn Lizzie for New Dawn and the Métis women in Alberta. I'm really I'm sad Marilyn couldn't make it today. She's been a friend and a mentor to me for almost 10 years. And she's an amazing woman and who's done amazing things for Alberta, for the women of Alberta. So I'd also like to thank our elder Diane and all of the other women who have come up here and brought greetings, and to every single woman who showed up today. I love to come to these policy forums. I'm not sure when I became one of the people who've been coming to these longest, because I still feel like that scared little 20-year-old who doesn't know what they're doing, like getting on a plane and meeting all these amazing women. But it's really awesome to see so many new faces here amongst all of the old ones. I think the knowledge and wisdom that comes out at these things really helps drive our nation and our culture for years and years to come. There's been quite a lot going on in Alberta. In case you haven't heard, we are doing our Constitution vote this month, and the women who have been working on developing the Constitution and pushing it forward have been incredible and amazing, and New Dawn Women's Society has been instrumental in helping to develop that. When the first draft of that Constitution came out, the women were in it as the potential to have an advisory council in the future. New Dawn looked at that and said that is unacceptable. The women need to be within the Constitution as a permanent voted member. We worked together, we wrote a letter. Yeah. We wrote a letter and the Constitution Commission looked at that and they said, you know what, you're right. So now the women have a permanent elected vote on the People's Council. So that is the power of Métis women, and I continue to look forward to seeing all the incredible work that we do. I look up to our elected leaders like Melanie and Andrea and President Patra for all of the incredible work they have done, and I'm so excited, you know, for November to end and this vote to be over, not just because it's been a little bit stressful for me personally, but also because of all of the amazing work that we're going to be able to do once that's hopefully passed. So I want to say also thank you to all of the regional reps for New Dawn who have been doing so much amazing work within our communities, within the grassroots communities across the province. The women there have been doing such amazing work. I see some of them over here at this table and throughout the room. So they've been doing incredible work, as of all of the women from across the homeland or across the motherland. I look forward to everything that happens this week, and yeah, thank you all. So.
And next we have Suzanne Jackson. Suzanne Jackson was born in a small community in Alberta, raised in various parts of BC, but moved to Ontario in 1984. As president of the Métis Nation of Ontario Women's Council, as well as a proud mother, grandmother, sister, and aunt, Suzanne has shared her traditional knowledge and expertise by teaching workshops on beading, finger weaving, making moccasins, moss bags, feather painting, and other traditional crafts. She is also a labor and delivery doula and training in holistic healing modalities, showing her commitment to Métis women, children, and families. Let's welcome Suzanne.
I just want to say, I think I missed that memo where I was supposed to stand up and say, I'm sure it came. I want to first and foremost thank the Lfmo and the staff, the fabulous staff that the Lfmo has that brought us all here today. It may have seemed to some of us at times like, when are the answers going to come? When's this going to happen? They worked their little behinds off, and they did a fabulous job. So can we have a round of applause for the staff? And I want to welcome everybody into Ontario. From the Métis Nation of Ontario Women's Council, we are grateful to have this gathering held within our boundaries. We have 9 regional women representatives. Some are who are here with us this week, and some who couldn't make it for their own health reasons. But we are strong. We are moving forward in a strong way. We are a force to be reckoned with in the process. I think, where'd she go? For the lovely introduction. Oh, thank you for those words. I didn't discover my Métis heritage until a little over 20 years ago, and even then, my only surviving ancestor was my mamère. And at that point, she was still in hiding. She still refused to speak about us being Métis, and she was a strong woman. It was from her that I got the talents of making moccasins and making mucklucks and beadwork. She had, in the small northern BC community where we were living, she had 14 grandchildren, and every spring she would make each one a new pair of moccasins from hides that she had tanned from the meats that my father and uncles had harvested. And then in the fall, she would make every one of us a new pair of mucklucks for the winter. And I thought, well, we live in a Native community. We were the only two white families. It's just what she does. It's how they live here. This is how we live. My grandmother was 99 and a half years old when she passed away. When she was 3 months before she passed away, she finally started, her brain synapses, her brain had started atrophying, and so she could no longer control what came out of her mouth. That's when she started sharing her stories and her nightmares and her pain and her sorrows and why we didn't know we were Métis and why she denied we were Métis. I'm prepared to make sure my children, my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren know that we are Métis. We are Métis women. We will make the difference. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Lfmo, for bringing us together.
So we're going to kind of move on a little bit here. I want to let you guys know that in 2019, when we held a policy forum in Gatineau, I had 4 staff and myself. And we did an amazing forum. It was a very busy agenda. And so when we created this policy forum, we invited more women, we made a bigger agenda, and I now have 14 staff. So that is the growth that we've had. And actually, I think they're passing out the real agenda, or no, they're passing out something. The real agenda is coming, actually. I noticed it's a blank piece of paper or something she's passing out. Anyway, so what I'd like to actually talk about right now is our dear friend, the vice president of Lfmo, who has recently passed and lost her battle to cancer, Tammy Ma. Tammy Ma has been on my board, I can't tell you, for a very long time now. And she was an integral part of who Métis women were and the direction Lfmo has taken over the years. And I know that it is not just me. Many of her family members are here with us today as well. We are all going to miss her, and that she has had such a profound impact on her community and the people that surrounded her. So I want to first off let you know that we're going to have a card here at some point today because she just literally passed away last week. And we're going to invite all of you to sign an acknowledgement card that we're going to send to her family. We have been trying to support from a distance. We've been trying to support her family as she was struggling with the last days that she had here. And we want to continue to support her family in any way that we can. And I do know that they're going to need the community's love and support, because when our matriarchs leave our families, they leave a wide open gap. And it is the community that's got to come together and pull together to help that gap close. So I would actually like us all to stand and do a moment of silence to acknowledge Tammy. Thank you so very much. And we will be sending that card and other supports to the family after this event. And we will also be publishing online when her celebration of life is going to be sometime in the near future. And so in saying that, actually, we're going to, I think, take a break at this point. I know there's the real agenda is coming, and then you guys will have to hold me to account because I won't be able to kind of wing it all the time. But we're going to come back in a little bit with a couple of my team who are going to talk to you about gender-based analysis. Oh, actually, Lisa would like to come forward first.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for the moment of silence for Tammy. I knew Tammy quite well. She was very, very feisty, and she's truly going to be missed. I meant to open my comments this morning by acknowledging the BC delegation that's here. I know we have several of you.
More like 40 of them.
I think there's between 40 and 50 women here from BC, so yeah, we've got a good crowd here. So I just wanted to correct that because that's what I had planned for my opening comments. So my apologies, but good to see everybody.
So just in saying that, before I let you guys have a break, we actually have significant delegations from BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and Ontario. As much as politics might divide us, women will bring us together. So have a break.
We're slowly.
It's important to be part of a Métis organization, especially women, because we need to voice our concerns. How can we support one another, encourage one another, bring each other?
With no resources, nothing, and we've got now an office. We're slowly building.
It's important to be part of a Métis organization, especially women, because we need to voice our concerns. How can we support one another, encourage one another, bring each other up instead of putting each other down?
Hi, I'm Tammy, and I'm president of Lafita Madeleine, Provincial Métis Women of Saskatchewan. Next to me is Bonnie.
My name is Bonnie. I'm a Métis woman. I teach at Carleton Comprehensive Public High School in Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. When we look at our ancestors, on my mom's side, it goes way back to Winnipeg and Ojibwe. And my dad's side is from around here, and Cree and Batoche. SUNTEP is the Saskatchewan Urban Native Teacher Education Program, and I started there in 1985. As soon as I finished SUNTEP, I had to do a 4-month school internship. There was a job news in the paper that a school division, Cody Reserve, pulled their students out of Kamsack School Division because their students or their children weren't being treated properly. So they were looking for teachers to go down and teach for the rest of the school year. So it was very tough, it was very hard, but I ended up going back there for 9 years, and I ended up staying for 9 years.
Bonnie, to me, has proven to be a very good teacher. We need more like her out there.
Students I work with here at Carleton are in a special needs program. They are
Hello, everyone. Sorry to keep you on a tight agenda, but as they handed out the agenda, you'll see it is ambitious, if nothing else. We don't often get to do this, so we need to, so first off, I want to tell you what my plan or our intention as a Lfmo team is that over these next few days, we're going to work together. A lot of the agenda is interactive, so we'll be getting your input and invite on many of the conversations that we need to have. We are then going to take all that information back. We have an amazing woman named Crystal off to my side here who's taking notes and keeping track of everything. We will then process all the reports, and then we will host a virtual meeting to bring the reports back to you so that you can tell us if we got it right. Because there is nothing that we do here that is not about you. So that's what our intentions are. So I just wanted to let you know that. It's always so weird to look off to the side and see myself standing there. Just saying. Anyway, some of Tammy Ma's family is here with us, and one of them came to me after when we went for the break and reminded me that we have a video to play. So I am going to get our IT video people back there to cue it up and to play a video, and I would like you guys to see our Tammy Ma at work and some of the amazing things that she did.
We walked in with no resources, nothing, and we've got now an office. We're slowly building.
It's important to be part of a Métis organization, especially women, because we need to voice our concerns. How can we support one another, encourage one another, bring each other up instead of putting each other down?
Hi, I'm Tammy, and I'm president of Lfmo Madeleine, Provincial Métis Women of Saskatchewan. Next to me is Bonnie.
My name is Bonnie. I'm a Métis woman. I teach at Carleton Comprehensive Public High School in Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. When we look at our ancestors, on my mom's side, it goes way back to Winnipeg and Ojibwe. And my dad's side is from around here, and Cree and Batoche. SUNTEP is the Saskatchewan Urban Native Teacher Education Program, and I started there in 1985. As soon as I finished SUNTEP, I had to do a 4-month school internship. There was a job news in the paper that a school division, Cody Reserve, pulled their students out of Kamsack School Division because their students or their children weren't being treated properly. So they were looking for teachers to go down and teach for the rest of the school year. So it was very tough, it was very hard, but I ended up going back there for 9 years, and I ended up staying for 9 years.
Bonnie, to me, has proven to be a very good teacher. We need more like her out there.
Students I work with here at Carleton are in a special needs program. They are students that have learning difficulties or learning disabilities. I find them very enjoyable. They are very respectful. They're funny. They make my day brighter when I see them.
Bonnie does have that special quality. She can work with these children that need her.
Here at Carleton, the school population is probably over 50% First Nation, Métis, and Inuit. We have Following Their Voices, and it's for enhancing Aboriginal graduation rate. It's really an awareness thing for teachers and for students that are non-Indigenous to learn about First Nation, Métis, and Inuit culture. I think education plays a huge part in all of this. It's for people to understand what happened and why is an Indigenous person angry, or why is that Métis person angry? Well, do you really know their story? Have you talked to them? Have you educated yourself on things that have happened in the past?
You never hear Bonnie saying bad things about people, always looking for the good in them.
my biggest accomplishment is raising my daughters and juggling a career at the same time. And I'm very proud of them. And I'm proud of myself that I could do it.
This is Bonnie, and she is compassionate.
She is Indigenous is a campaign that we did, I think back in 2017. It started where we wanted people to know that Indigenous women, Métis, First Nations, and Inuit women are an important part of our society. They're not a disposable part of our society, because all we were hearing about in the media was missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. And it is such a profound trauma for us to continuously have that, and our young women have that as the insight of who we are. Who wants to be Indigenous if that's where we're going to go? So we developed that campaign, and Tammy and Bonnie is here. I believe she's the vice president of Liffield Madeline, sitting up here. And they were one of the groups that we had gone and done a video of to show people that we are not a disposable part. We're mothers, grandmothers, sisters, and we're aunties, and we're school teachers, we're the shopkeepers. Some of us are lawyers, amazing, phenomenal lawyers, I might say, not pointing any fingers anywhere. But I mean, we are an important part of Canadian society, and we can't be pushed aside anymore. So that was a part of that video, and I thank you for letting me share that. So Ty, your turn.
All right. Did everyone get their real agenda? It's no longer the hidden agenda, because everyone has it. All right, so next up, we have the CCBA Plus Métis First Gender-Based Analysis Presentation and Feedback Session with Lisa Pigeot and Tamsin Fitzgerald from Lfmo Otpemsquak. So these two women are kind of the reason, and many others, but I don't know about you guys, but they're the two who've been answering my emails. And this is a huge thing to put together, so can we just give them all a hand for all their labor over the past few days? All right, and here they come.
It's just the way I should be. I'm like that person, that Wilson, that looks over the fence. First of all, I just want to start with a couple of housekeeping items. For those of you asking, there is a washroom to the left. There's a washroom at the bottom of the stairs. And as you enter into the Marriott, there's a washroom right there in the lobby, a nice big one. We are in this room all week, and this is where our suppers and all our meals are, in fact. So get comfy, because you're going to get tired of this room by Friday. So if you have any other questions, please feel free to seek out one of the staff, and we'll do our best to answer the questions. And if we can't, we'll just direct you to Melanie. Okay. So first of all, welcome everyone. No pressure being the first presentation up in a women's forum. I'm just going to call it Melanie throwing Lisa under the bus again. My name is Lisa Pigeot. I'm from North Bay area. I'm the daughter of Butch and Marlene. Lisa is the name they gave me, but I received an honor this summer, and one of our grandmothers gave me my spirit name, and I haven't been able to share it because I couldn't say the words. So I've been practicing it and practicing it and practicing it. So now I think I can do it. So my spirit name that I was given was Kisuatswan Muskwa Esqueo. So gentle bear woman. Did I say it? Apparently I said it okay. So I'd also like to allow Tamsin to introduce herself.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tamsin Fitzgerald. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm the Director of Gender Equality Initiatives at Lfmo. I am a settler who is so blessed to work alongside some incredible rock star Métis women, and I see so many of you in the audience, so many familiar faces and some new, so thank you so much for joining us. Especially being the first presentation, yeah, you're right. There's there's some pressure, but it's a really great way to frame the next 4 days that we have, and kind of as we approach the policy issues that we'll be discussing, just something to bear in the back of your mind. So thank you so much for meeting with us, especially those who had some late flights, or early morning flights, I guess I should say. So over to you, Lisa.
So welcome. So first I'd like to begin by thanking one of our grandmothers, Diane Ludwig, for our opening prayer, for really setting the stage, for grounding us, to bring us to this very moment where there's a lot of work to be done, there's a lot of information to take in, but it's not all about taking in the information. The whole purpose of the policy forum is so we can learn from you. We can do the work, we can get her done, trust me, but we can't get the work done unless we have direction right from our women across the Métis Nation motherland. And so I know y'all got a trip out here, but we're actually making you work, so surprise. And I'd also like to recognize other elders and senators that are in the room with us today. I'd like to also acknowledge the presidents in the room, President Caron, President Smith, Vice President Leclerc. I think I've caught them all in the room. And of course, I'd like to thank my mentor and a dear friend, and who I call Lady Boss, Melanie Omenihu, for really being the brainchild, Melanie and the board of directors of Lfmo, for being the brains behind bringing these women forums together. I could never have imagined this would happen 20 years ago, that we'd have 200 Métis women in one room. One of the things that we always see, there's sometimes 50% people identify as male, 50% people that identify as female in the room, but if one thing I've learned from Melanie, you can see it's 50-50, but just check who's at the mic all the time, and most times it's the men at the mic. So you'll notice this week, there'll be very few men at the mic. And so I know that each and every one of you have come to us today with the role that you play within your Métis community, within your family, and within the Métis Nation. And I'd like to offer thanks to you for bringing those gifts to us. Apparently this is my slide again. So Lfmo is a national women's organization, and we're democratically mandated to represent Métis women across the motherland. Our vision is to be the national voice for Métis women, advocating nationally and internationally for the equal treatment, health, and well-being of Métis people. Our principles that we abide by include truth, justice, equity, advocacy, respect, reciprocity, kindness, trust, integrity, humility, gentleness, and generosity. And we thank our grandmothers for bringing those principles to us and really helping us set the stage for the work that we do. And so, of course, our mission is that we want to ensure that Métis women across the motherland are safe, respected, they're connected and feel empowered and have the capacity to work within your community, within Canadian Métis governments and other organizations that you may work within, to ensure that we have communities, our Métis communities are healthy, vibrant, and productive communities all across the Métis Nation. the next slide.
So President Menaho spoke about this a little bit before we came on stage, especially in regards to the She is Indigenous campaign. But a tenet that's really important to Lfmo and all of our work is to be strengths-based. A lot of the narratives and conversations that surround Indigenous women, First Nations, Inuit, and Métis are about missing and murdered Indigenous women and are very triggering, very traumatizing. And so it's really important that when we are looking at these policy issues that we consider the strengths, the resilience, the vibrancy, the many contributions that Indigenous women have made and continue to make across the motherland. So to be strengths-based means to look through a lens that focuses on this resilience and the ways that Indigenous women are positively contributing, such as the strengths and skills and the good things about yourselves and others. So when we use this lens, we hold in balance the acknowledgement of our challenges while also acknowledging the resilience and strength, the positive characteristics that have helped us to overcome and keep going and to thrive through adversity. We strive to choose language, responses, and approaches that look at resilience, strength, and what is possible. A foundational approach to the strengths-based perspective is the 4 agreements, which is to be impeccable with your word, don't take anything personally, don't make assumptions, and always do your best. These 4 agreements are an integral part of a strengths-based and laterally kind approach. So really into the meat of the conversation is, what is GBA+. I know there's so many acronyms across the Métis motherland. It's easy to lose track of them, and GBA+ is so important that it's really important that we break it down a little further. So GBA+ means gender-based analysis, and that's when you consider the myriad of different experiences of women, men, trans, non-binary, and gender-diverse folks. The plus in GBA+ stands for intersectionality, to include these many identity factors such as age, ability, location, regionality, and it also recognizes how various identity factors can influence how a person experiences federal government's initiatives and policies. A Mi'kmaq woman in Nova Scotia is going to experience an issue in a program very differently than a Métis woman in BC. So a GBA+ can enhance the responsiveness, effectiveness, and outcomes of initiatives such as these policies, programs, and services. And it applies to so many areas, whether it's research, policy development, program design, service delivery and operations, legal course, communications, evaluation, and monitoring. And so Lfmo used the Department of Women and Gender Equality's tool, the GBA+ tool, to really build our Métis-specific GBA+ tool, which Lisa's going to tell you a little about.
So in our very first Lfmo policy forum in 2018, we had a wonderful group of women, I believe we had 90 that year, come together and help us set the stage for developing this toolkit. And so what we learned from the women at the forum are issues that we should bring to the fore and priority matters of Métis women when we're looking through that lens of Métis women, what is important and what matters to them. So if I look at an item and I describe it in one way, it's going to be completely different than, let's say, President Menaho would describe it. Although we're both strong Métis women, we both have a history that brings us to this place and time today that would cause us to view things from a different perspective, and different things would affect us differently. I'll just use an example. Yesterday, we were up preparing for today, and Melanie came across a dime on the floor, and Melanie said one thing about the dime, and I looked at Melanie and I said, "That's your dad. He's with you, and he's telling you everything's okay." And Melanie said, "Oh, the angels are here." I said, "It's not just one angel, man, it's your dad." So different histories, different stories, we have similar experiences, but how we fit into this world is specifically affected by what has brought us here today. So before creating our own toolkit, we did an environmental scan. We consulted the Women's Forum, and we looked at different things such as the historical, political, cultural, and realities of Métis populations, and more specifically, matters of Métis women across the motherland. You'll see that in your toolkit that you will have a couple of, you will actually have your entire toolkit in your binder, but At the center, and what's the most important part, is consultation, and that's what we did to develop this toolkit. We went out and we asked you, and we had a sort of a straw dog of a toolkit developed. We asked the women, we amended it based on their perspectives, and that's what we're going to invite you to do today as we dive a little bit more into our toolkit and explain what it does. We're going to bring it back to you, because now we're at the phase, after 4 years into this toolkit, we realize there's emergent priorities for Métis women across the motherland. When you do more, you'll learn more, you know more, and so that's what we're asking of you, to teach us, to show us, and help us understand how we can amend this toolkit. And the use of this toolkit is we go back to our government partners when they have a policy issue, and they say, well, what is a Métis women's perspective on this? We can use this toolkit to guide us through the steps in analyzing that scenario. So we know we have to look at specific things in terms of Métis women's perspective to ensure that policy area, that priority area of the Canadian government has the most successful impact for Métis women across the motherland. So we knew that the tool that we developed back in 2018 had to be fluid, it had to be flexible, it had to be adaptable. And really importantly, it had to incorporate that Métis-specific worldview. Our perspectives of sex, gender, and culture are absolutely inseparable. We worked through defining equality. We knew that that toolkit had to be distinctions-based. A First Nations perspective, an Inuit perspective, or a non-Indigenous perspective does not fit our needs. What fits our need is a perspective specific to Métis women. We knew that the approach had to be collaborative, and we had to challenge all of those biases and assumptions made by people. And often, so we saw a bit about the She is Indigenous project. So often, Indigenous women, and I can speak more specifically to Métis women, we're defined by the violence that has been caused upon us. Rather than seeing our Métis women as we see it through our eyes, as amazing storytellers, holders of traditional knowledge, keepers of our culture, that's what we want the rest of the world to see us as, not through the negative impacts of colonial systems and processes and their viewpoints. So we need to challenge all those assumptions. We need to throw it out the window. We need to challenge all those stereotypes that I'm sure each and every one of you have faced growing up or in your life or as you've re-embraced your Métis culture. And so we know that it also had to be trauma-informed and safe. We had to honor those negative things that have impacted us and realizing the compounding effect of trauma. And so a trauma-informed approach really honors and recognizes that whatever trauma I experience, Tamsin and I could experience the same exact scenario, but it will impact me in a different way than it impacts Tamsin. So that's what a GBA Plus tool also does. And it also equally values mainstream as traditional knowledge, because historically and contemporarily, there's not been a lot of space for that traditional knowledge. So we have to create that space. And so we have to get into different forums that are not specific to Métis women and ensure that they're embracing the perspective of our Métis women across the motherland. And we knew the bottom line was that this toolkit that we created had to be created and evaluated by Métis people, and more specifically Métis women. And I'll tell you one thing that has helped us with this toolkit is we have been invited, I can't even count the number of times, to various government partner tables to explain our Métis women's approach to gender-based analysis. We've been to the Métis Nation governing members, so not just specifically the women's councils, but the Métis Nation have invited us in to do the presentations. We've done presentations in Alberta. I believe we've done one in Saskatchewan. We've done one actually this summer with the Métis Nation of Ontario at their AGA. And we've recently been invited to present this toolkit and present toolkit and perspective to the Métis Nation of Ontario staff. So it's really getting mileage and traction. But we're at a point now that we need to take a more critical look at the work we did because now we know the impact and the reach and the touch of this tool. So I'm going to...
So I don't know about many of you folks, but I am very much a visual learner. So part of the toolkit that we developed also includes some diagrams. Again, we did build upon the Federal Department of Women and Gender Equality's existing GBA Plus toolkit, but with that Métis-specific lens. So as you'll see in your toolkits, as well as on the screen, the image of a flower. And on the inside of the flower, so, here, sorry, one sec, just lost my spot, perfect. So some of the considerations that are applicable to both of the toolkits include multiple intersecting identity factors, a holistic approach, emphasizing how these identity factors interact with external considerations, those that are structural, systemic, social, and geographical, and recognizes the personal biases, both conscious and unconscious, the entry point versus the extra step for various folks, benefits and risks, and challenging assumptions. So you'll see the flower in front of you in the middle, where in the middle of the center includes culture. Culture is at the root of all that Métis women and the Métis Nation motherland is doing in all of its work. Around that you'll see gender, and then the purple flowers have various identities, such as relation to land, connecting to culture, and then the green flowers you'll see, sorry, it's a little hard to see on my screen, other external factors such as education, spirituality, geography, sexual orientation, age and life stage, and employment. So various factors all coming together in various life stages to impact how a person experiences life and various policies. You'll look at the roots of the flower, which include Métis history, traditions and teachings, traditional roles, respect for all living things, ancestors and land, language, harvesting and hunting, elders, knowledge keepers, and intergenerational relationships. All of these working together in a perfectly symbiotic system to fully illustrate how various Indigenous folks, Métis folks specifically, experience the world and the various policies and programs. Over to you, Lisa.
So I don't want to spend too much time on this, but we wanted to include this slide, and it's in our toolkit, because it's really important to see what this feedback loop looks like in terms of analyzing a policy or scenario. So you'll see step one is we have the issue, we identify the issue. So let's take, for example, housing would be an issue. We challenge the assumptions that people have in Métis women's perspectives on housing. Just one thing, challenging the assumptions is one thing. Very rarely do we see Métis women as homeowners. Obviously, so very little specific home ownership programs relate specifically to the needs of Métis women, including how do women secure a mortgage, how do Métis women find a location that's suitable for them. So we need to ensure that broader-based programs have the specific focus and lens on how to more specifically help Métis women. Then we gather the facts and collect the research. So we understand historically what happened, contemporarily what the issues are, what people are experiencing. And then we develop some options. So you look at different things that might have to take place in order to improve outcomes for Métis women. So let's go back to the housing scenario. If we look at, well, how does a Métis woman, how can a Métis women access sort of mortgages to ensure that their pathway to home ownership is clearer? And then we can make recommendations. So going to specific banks or specific mortgage places, I'm just using that for an example, on helping Métis women understand what it looks like when you're in that surrounding. And it's all about empowering Métis women so they have the knowledge, the understanding, and of course, the strength to be able to move forward themselves instead of being led blindly through a process. We're more proactive and more active players in contributing to our outcomes. So that's what those recommendations would help us do. And then, of course, we would monitor and evaluate a program, a services, or support to see if it was set out, if we actually improved outcomes for Métis women. And then you keep looping back and forth. You identify factors, it could be another factor, and you could be looking at one issue and going through this feedback loop 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times. And it could go on, because each little issue with regards to a policy, practice, or program has different components that could impact Métis women. So this isn't a one and done approach. This is a constant. And part of our work at Lfmo is what we're doing today. So we looked at our GBA Plus toolkit. We created it based on the knowledge we had at hand given to us as a gift from our forum participants. Created it now, we've used it, and now we're bringing it back to you to see if it needs to be updated, if there's issues that we've missed in terms of our diagram, how might better be suited visibly in our diagrams to so Métis women actually see their face in the diagrams and in the tools, and it will actually help our government partners to create programs and to create an environment where we can ensure all Métis women across the motherland are successful.
It's hard to follow someone as eloquent as Lisa, but one of my favorite parts about this diagram especially, I know we're all very familiar with the infinity sign, but is step number 3. And I wanted to share a bit of a behind the scenes kind of look at what Lfmo does, especially in its research and data gathering. And one of the very important research practices to Lfmo is not just numbers. Data can tell a story, but it only tells one side of the story. So subject matter interviews are especially important. Environmental scans that look at not only the existing data that we know, but also illuminate what don't we know. And just reaching out to folks like you at gatherings like this, where you hopefully feel safe enough to share your perspectives and to mull things over the week if the ideas don't come to you right away. So I just really want to share, that's one of my favorite parts about the GBA Plus toolkit, is that your voice matters so much, just as much as the data and stats that StatsCan is sharing. It matters even more, I would say. So we want to hear what you have to say, and we ask that you take a moment to look at the toolkit that's before you. Like Lisa said, we are in the process of editing it, and your feedback is so important. And we want to know how to improve it better, how to reflect your realities. What are we missing? What are we not paying enough attention to? What are the gaps? And so, like I said, if it doesn't come to you right now, it might be something you need to sleep on, might be something that comes in the next few weeks. Let us know. We always want to know on a timeline that works for you as well. So thank you so much. And
yeah, so we're going to take we're a little bit behind in our agenda, so I'm going to recommend, so you'll see in the agenda we have these Wakotoan or feedback sessions. This is where we learn from you. So we're going to ask to take about 10-15 minutes at your tables and discuss the gender-based analysis toolkit that you all have and any immediate reactions you might have to it, suggestions, recommendations. Maybe you've seen a gender-based analysis toolkit in another forum or focusing on other identity factors that you might want to bring in some of that approach to ours. So just take a few minutes and we'll discuss it among our table. And then we'll ask you to come back and for those brave enough to maybe stand up and share some of your thoughts on the toolkit. At the very least, you have some 8.5 by 11 paper on your table. That was the blank fake agenda that was passed out. You have some blank paper at your tables as well as some Sharpies to take notes. And then we'll collect all of those. Our staff will come around and collect them so we can capture them through our note taker and make sure that this toolkit is relevant. One of the things I would like to suggest is look at the name, Gender-Based Analysis Toolkit. Does that speak to Métis women, that title? Should we be calling it something else, like Métis Women's Worldviews? So even take a look at every component of it, the diagrams, the names, the language we've chose to use. Everything's open to recommendations. So we'll come back in about 15 minutes.
15? So 11:22. Yeah. Here, you want some? I sipped some of this, but do you want some? I'm not sick.
I'm not either.
road? Who holds them? What? No, no. So who wants to take this traveling bike?
I was just saying that River and I.
Can you hear me now?
Welcome back, everyone. I mingled around and I heard some wonderful conversation and some really awesome feedback. So we'd like to invite people to, if you have the courage, to share some of the thoughts you discussed around your table. We have a couple of our LFMO staff milling around the room with some mobile mics, so just raise your hand, and if you'd like to add your comments, we'd love to hear.
Good morning. My name is Carmen Carrier. I'm from Métis Nation, British Columbia. My family is from the Red River. Some of my family names are Carrier, Hamlin, Parenteau, Vandel. I'll stop there. Thank you for having us here today. I'm happy to be here and just report some of the findings around our table. Some of the comments that came up, that the report should have a focus on girls and that we don't call them young women, that girls are children under the law, that it's important to specify that girls are children and should be treated as such, and that we don't call them young women, that we let them be children, so that our 14 and 15-year-olds who look like young women are still allotted the privilege of being and the protections of being a child. We also thought that the UN Declaration on the Rights of the Child should be mentioned in the report. And I just want to give a shout out to my daughter, Bryn, who works for a nonprofit in Vancouver that advocates for young girls. We also said that that we need the report, again, keeping with children, that there should be focus on girl homelessness and the problems that are encountered by girls who have to perform sexual acts for housing, to secure housing. So in keeping with that, we thought that perhaps maybe there could be a sub-report that was specific to Métis girls and the problems that girls face before they turn 18, because the problems don't start at age 18, they start before. We thought that the toolkit needs to be accessible to those who can't use traditional paper-based forms, so that we provide accessible ways for people that may be hard of hearing, may have disabilities due to visual impairment, etc. So accessibility is a big issue that we brought up. And then one of the questions that we came up with is, how do we get this put out to the broader community? So it's not just an issue of our women, but it's an issue for our men as well. So we would like to see somehow that the information gets disseminated further. We also appreciated the focus on intersectionality, and that you were considering the Two-Spirit LGBTQIA+ lens, and that Métis families, regardless of their makeup, should not be punished for being together. And we also felt one more comment would be that the toolkit would benefit to have a list of legal resources for women who are managing the legal system and dealing with domestic abuse. Thank you.
Thank you, Carmen.
On? Yeah, okay. My name's Jean Taye. One of the things that I've been thinking a lot about in not doing gender-based analysis, but doing an analysis of when you have a strategy. So gender-based analysis is a strategy, right, to do something. And so you need to think about dividing up particular thoughts here. So strategy is not tactics, okay? They're different things. So when I'm teaching in law school, I talk about this a lot. So I'm just gonna give you the nuts and the berries of this. So your strategy is what you're thinking. It's your goal. It's sort of, so to use the one I use in law school, the strategy today is we're going to capture the castle, okay? We're not going to go around the castle. We're not going to burn the castle down. We're not going to lay siege to the castle. We're going to capture the castle. That's our thought. That's your strategy. Okay, tactics are going to be, Michelle, you're going to lead a team and you're going to go around the back and you're going to have your communications and you're going to let me know that no one's going to get us from the back. And I'm going to pick out Victoria and say, Victoria, you are going to drain the moat somehow. Get your engineers working on that. Like, so you get the picture, right? Those are the tactics. The tactics are the things you do in order to achieve your strategy, right? So I think sometimes we muddle up those things and we call everything a strategy. And then we wonder why it doesn't work, because it's actually a tactic. And its tactics are very short term, and you have to be able to adapt them really quickly. Like if the engineers go in and try to drain the moat, and that's absolutely impossible, we need to change that tactic, okay? So that's part of what we're talking about. Now, so I work a lot on strategies and tactics, but the other thing that you have to be really clear about is what's on the other side. Like, what is that castle that you're going after here? And that's one of the things I think is missing in this discussion. So the thing that's going on the other side, you've got at the center of this beautiful flower culture, but you're missing it on the other side of the discussion about external factors. And that's the main thing that's on the other side, is the dominant culture, right? People call it the white culture sometimes. I don't actually think it's a race-based culture out there, because there's a whole bunch of different cultures that make up that. So I call it the dominant culture. And the dominant culture will eat every strategy you have for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, okay? That dominant culture is stronger than anything else. And so what one of our tactics and strategies has to be is to change that dominant culture, right? So we can have all the strategies and tactics and ideas here about our gender-based analysis and what we're doing with our internal stuff. And if we don't acknowledge what it is we're going after out there and how deeply embedded it is in a very, very male-dominated white, let's call it that, culture, and how deeply embedded it is and rooted in every institution in this country, then this is not going to work. Because you're focusing only, now you have to focus on your internal. You absolutely have to. We have to get stronger. We have to build ourselves up. That's one of the things we need to do. But we can build ourselves up till we're blue in the face if we don't acknowledge what that is out there, that is the oppressor, that is the problem, then we're going to go nowhere. So I think this needs a bit of a rethink in terms of that idea. And that's one of the things, because just written a big report for the University of Saskatchewan about pretendians in the university and about the strategy of indigenization, which I'll talk about more tonight. But the issue there is this indigenization strategy, and that's what I wrote in the report to the university, is that your indigenization strategy is getting eaten up by your dominant culture in the university. That's why you can't retain those Indigenous people that you bring into the university, is because the culture is hostile to them. So I want to just bring those ideas up because I think it needs to be kind of brought into this discussion. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Jean. Well heard, well received, and this is the whole purposes of us doing this session. You know, I think it was a fantastic first attempt, but the whole point of that toolkit is that we would get the feedback and amend it accordingly. I think we have time for one or two more if anybody would like to offer feedback. Okay, hi.
Ms. Julianne McLeod, and I'm from Credit River, just west of Toronto. And that's a really hard act to follow. And I want to sign up for all of her classes and read that report. What we felt looking at it is a fabulous report. It's so full, jam-packed of information. There was a feeling overall that it's very wordy for most people, average people, people that just want to get a handle on it and look at it, not quite at a glance, but in that sense. So if there was more of a simplistic version that wouldn't have all of the research in it or all of the supporting information, that was the overall sense, and that even the title perhaps could be slightly shorter, just even taking out the word specific or something, because saying Métis, it is already specific to Métis. Love the diagrams, everything else. It was just a sense of something that you wouldn't get to the second paragraph and say, this is a lot, and then, you know, but thank you. It's other than that, we love it. It was great. Thank you very much.
And
oh, I can't see back there. I think there's one in the back.
Do you want to do?
Is it on? Okay. My name's Lynn Goliker. I just want to bring up a point that sort of piggybacks on Jean's wonderful discourse on strategies and tactics in the dominant culture. I want to recognize, because it embodies me, I am both a Franco and an Anglo-Métis in terms of my heritage. I grew up in the corner of northwestern Ontario, Treaty 3. French is basically gone from that corner. I grew up, it was still spoken in vibrant communities. And I feel like we're not recognize the Franco culture of Métis quite enough, and that this is an English Anglo representation. And when you think of what Jean was talking about in the dominant culture, we're speaking about the Anglo white, if you want to continue on in terms of the dominant culture. But what about that French culture? And why I'm saying that is because there's been a constant in Canada, an interplay between the two dominant cultures, if you want to talk about it that way, French and English. So the French have always been dominated since the Anglo-Brits took over. But we have a lot of Métis that are embodying that. They're embodying the discrimination of that Anglo system. So how does it get represented here and acknowledged? Again, that idea that we need to acknowledge some of these roots as well, and how that's played out for the French historical elements of the Métis as well.
And I'm going to actually ask President Omenaho to respond. No? Okay. So we'll make sure we take that into consideration, and all the notes that you have written down, we will collect all the papers and incorporate as we can. I believe there was one over here and one at the back. So we have two quick ones, and then I'm going to get the hook off the stage.
That being said, you can find this week and share your thoughts with us too. So.
What, over here, was there a comment?
Yeah.
Okay, so we need a mic. Right up front here.
Harmony's got it.
Harmony's on it like shake and bake.
Thanks, Harmony.
Yeah, there's a bit of a glare from up here.
Yeah, it's hard to see.
Hello, everyone. My name is Calandra Cochran. So one thing that we talked about for just about data collection is also acknowledging the need for reciprocity and that people are very researched out, and that should be somehow encapsulated in this toolkit. And I think another one that is really important is recognizing that part of the external factors that we face as Métis women is the patriarchy and gender-based violence as well, and how those systems, especially the patriarchal system, contributes to our identity and how in our lives. So just wanted to add those quick notes.
Thank you, Calandra.
Thank you.
And I think we'll go to one more comment at the back of the room. Oh, wait. Sorry, I think River's got, there's a light there that we can't see who's there. I'm sorry.
Hi, my name is Marissa Vieira. I'm from the Tisuk Nation of Vancouver Island in Souk. I am 26 years old, so about I was a teen not that long ago. And I feel that in our education system, kind of like what was mentioned at the beginning over here, is that is so important for the girls that are in this education system and what their identity is. And I remember in my school system, I didn't know what Métis was, and that was not that long ago. So it was a lot of Indigenous and First Nations cultures, but I didn't know what my culture was. And I think that that is so important for these girls to know that information and their very figurative identity, because it isn't always just black and white. And that's something that we were talking about and should be talked about a lot more for these girls, that there is a bit of a lack of understanding of where they belong. And that's so important to note. And I just wanted to mention that, that, these, and as well, another mention, there is a lot of words in this, and coming from somebody who has ADHD, it's very hard for me to read it and to understand it and to see what it is. So yeah, more diagrams and showing people's faces or cartoons or something, more color to really show what it is that you're trying to come across, especially in the education system with lots of diverse learners. That would be really important as well. So that's just something that I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And unfortunately, we got the hook. It's time for us to go for the moment, but we'll collect all your papers and your comments and your thoughts, and we'll, on our next iteration of our Métis First Gendered Intersectional Lens, you will see your comments reflected therein. But with saying that, I would like to thank you for hearing us, and thank you for being here, and Bamapi.
Please feel free to also email the policy forum at métiswomen.org if you have any lingering thoughts that you want to send and get immediately to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa and Tamsin. Okay, next up we have Show Your Pride, which is 2SLGBTQIA+ engagement project updates and next steps with Pixie Wells from the Fraser Valley Métis Association.
Wow. Can't say. Yes, well, I just want to acknowledge first that I am on the traditional territory of the peoples of the here in the Algonquin, and please help me. Anishinaabe, right. I just want to acknowledge that because I think it's important that we acknowledge, and also the Métis communities within Ottawa and around the surrounding areas. So I want to thank you for having us all here. I want to thank Lfmo for having us all here. And I want to thank all of you wonderful human beings and beautiful people for sharing your week with us, because I think we're going to have a lot of fun and we're going to do a lot of good things together. So I'm a little bit nervous because I didn't realize there's a PowerPoint presentation supposed to be. No, just kidding. My PowerPoint presentation was just going to be pictures of me, but hey. What I'm up here to talk about is that we've been lucky enough to partner with, the likes of the women of BC and also Lfmo, Pemswak, Métis Nation of Greater Victoria, Fraser Valley Métis Association, and Lfmo is gracefully sponsors the Show Your Pride conversations that we have across our nation. And Tamsin is also one of my hosts. Barbara Bruce is probably not here. Grandma Barbara is also one of, and Charlotte Nolan. We all take our time out every other month, and we have an engagement session with 2S LGBTQI people across the nation, and we talk about all kinds of things and how do we move that movement forward and our voices forward, but also how do we elevate and celebrate the women as well who elevate and celebrate us all the time. So that being said, I was here approximately, I don't know, 2.5 years ago, and I think one of the things that we talked about in that engagement was get loud. So that is one of the things I very much took home with me was get loud. So in BC, I have got very loud, and I've had the opportunity to do a lot of things and speak at a lot of engagements on 2S LGBTQIA+, but not just that, is bringing the Métis voice and also bringing the women's voice to some of those tables that have never had them before. So it's very important that we do those things, but it's also important moving forward. One of the things that we've been lucky enough to do in these engagements, we have an opportunity to create a national gathering for 2S LGBTQIA+, with the help of the women of the nation, and we are looking to do that sometime in 2023 so that we can gather more information on our 2S LGBTQIA+, and our girls who are, and all of you, and our allies as well, so we can gather more information moving forward and how do we help and how do we move forward. So these are the things that we are talking about in BC also, but also across the nation, because our voice is stronger together, I believe. And also I work, I do a lot of work in my own community, but also in BC with First Nations Health Authority, Fraser Health Authority. I don't know if any of you, how many people here are from BC? All right, perfect. All right, so in a little while, I don't know if any of you seen or been in a local hospital lately, hopefully not, but in your doctor's office or whatever, you'll see a notice or a poster up there that's asking you to identify, do you identify as being First Nations, Métis, or Inuit? And it's specific. It says First Nations, Métis, or Inuit. And I was part of that project, and one of the things is that we don't all feel safe to do so, and we don't all feel safe to acknowledge those things. However, one of the reasons we did that, and that's, again, that Métis voice sitting at a table saying, hey, listen, we need to let people know why we're asking them. What is the tangible takeaway? We don't want to just say, hey, give us your identity. What are we doing with it? So what we made them do was do these posters so that people feel safe. You don't have to if you don't want to, but it's the idea that it's a safe space to give that information for you to look at for them to look at other services and other things that they may be able to provide you within your nation that you may not know about. So I think it's an important thing moving forward. But the thing I really want to talk about is we're also doing that with the 2S LGBTQIA+. So I am also sitting on that and moving forward. So in BC soon, coming to a clinician or a hospital or somewhere near you, you will see, and it will ask people specifically for, do you identify as 2S LGBTQIA+ or gender-based? And we're also changing the armbands in BC so that you won't have your dead name there. So there's a lot of things that we are doing in BC to move our voices forward, but not just that, not just the 2S LGBTQIA+, but the women's voices, but also the stronger is the Métis voice. So the Métis voice is important, but also moving all our voices forward and coming together. And one of the things I'd like to sort of ask and move, not ask, but just look at all of you around the room, and we were just talking at our table is, how do we as Métis women, Métis people, create a national gathering for all women and see what happens if we can get First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people all in the same room and see what comes out of that. So hi, merci. And I think it's lunchtime, so I don't want to hold you guys up. No, it's not. My stomach's hungry. It's all good, my friend.
So, Pixie is a very humble person. And what she didn't tell you is that the Show Your Pride Committee worked with Lfmo for many years, and I talk about this a lot. For many years, all the work that we've done as women of the Métis Nation, they kept telling us that they wanted us to be the voice of what was actually at the time called the LGBT community. I can't be the voice of the LGBT community because those are not my moccasins to fill. So I kept saying we can't do this because the issues that relate to the 2S LGBT community are so complex and they need to have their own space and place. Sorry, I took this candy in my mouth and it's killing me. Yes, please. I gave everybody these sours so that they could get rid of the tickle in their throat, and it created one for me. Thank you. So, by the way, that was my sister Luann, just in case none of you know. Not to put her on the spot. But anyway, so what we did is we did start the Show Your Pride, and Pixie has been our representative and spokesperson from the Show Your Pride committee. And she continues to represent their interests, their views. We sent her to see the Pope because we thought the Pope needed to understand 2S LGBT issues. We don't just want to reform the dominant culture, we need to reform some of these religions too. So in saying that, we went forward with the concepts and ideas that we kept hearing from them, and we applied for funding through the federal government so that the 2S LGBT Show Your Pride group can do a lot more work and determine how to make their own voice. So they're like a secretariat of Lfmo now, and that is part of how they're going to have a national gathering. And with their guidance, we received $750,000 to help them move forward with their own voice and their own space. So thank you, Pixie. If Barb and Charlotte and all of them are watching, thanks to all of them for the great work that they're doing. Ty?
All right. One more speaker and then we have lunch. All right. So next we have the Grandmother's Commemoration Toolkit, which will be presented by Victoria Pruden. Victoria Pruden is proud to serve as the Director of Operations for Lfmo Otipemisiwak, Woman of the Métis Nation, a position she has held since 2021. Victoria is a 7th-generation Métis and Michif woman whose Métis family was deeply involved in the Riel resistance and post-resistance, lived a road allowance life in Cowichan, Saskatchewan. She served for many years as a grassroots local Métis leader for the Métis Nation Greater Victoria and is a former elected member of the Métis Nation of British Columbia Board of Directors, serving as the Métis Women's BC Provincial Chair. As a Métis changemaker, her passion is to ensure that Métis women's voices are included, listened to, and reflected in policy and program at all levels of government. Her particular interests involve empowerment and advocacy for vulnerable Métis and other Indigenous women and women impacted by trauma, violence, and abuse. She is the mother of 15-year-old Métis son, Quennis Pruden Ladrette, and is committed to raising him with a grounded knowledge of his Métis history and roots. Let's welcome Victoria Pruden.
everyone. Thank you, Ty. Thank you, Melanie. So I have a brief but powerful presentation for you this morning. I'm just going to find the clicker. I have the pleasure of speaking to you about one of our commemoration projects, which is called Kayaskis or Remembering. So we were tasked with coming up with a commemoration project in support of families, women, loved ones who were impacted by the issues of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and 2S peoples. So this project, Kayaskis is a project of Lfmo that we developed in partnership with Michif grandmothers, with beautiful Métis grandmothers from across the Métis motherland. So in January, I believe, of 2019, we gathered at the Gabriel Dumont Center in Saskatoon with a number of Michif grandmothers and knowledge keepers. And this project started to be born, and it's beautiful. So central to this work are the traditional values that Lisa and Tamsin talked about earlier: respect, reciprocity, kindness, trust, integrity, humility, gentleness, and generosity. So the grandmothers had to decide what is commemoration and what would it look like. So they decided that rather than using the English word of commemoration, that they would use the Northern Michif phrase, Kayaskis meaning remembering. So acknowledging that we're in a process of reclaiming, remembering, and honoring our identity as Michif people, and affirming that we're continually walking and powerfully being mindful of who we are as Métis and Michif people. So there are a number of these beautiful grandmothers who are going to be with us over the next few days, and I just want to acknowledge them, and I'd encourage you to reach out to them, spend time with them. Our beautiful Kathy Boston, who is in the room. Linda Boudreau Magnus from Northern Alberta will be joining us. Of course, Diane Mackay Ludwig, who gave us our beautiful opening prayer. Stella Erasmus Johnson. And our beautiful Suzanne Jackson. So together, these grandmothers developed an amazing toolkit. A toolkit which is intended to be used by families impacted by the issues of MMIWG2S, people who are in a process of healing and recovering grief and loss. The toolkit covers several different components, which I'm going to go over with you right now. So the grandmothers developed a number of components as a part of this toolkit. And one of the components is a beautiful sash, which they call the Remembering Sash, the Kayaskis sash. And so the grandmothers very mindfully chose the colors of this sash. And I'll just go over that with you. So prominent in the sash is green, the color of rebirth, of growth, and the hope of new beginnings. The color of our medicines as they grow from Mother Earth. Purple, honoring our grandmothers and our ancestors. Purple is a color of healing and an honoring of our elders and wisdom keepers. White, representing Creator, God, as well as the wisdom of our ancestors. We use white to honor those whom we have lost and in memory of our loved ones. Red, which represents sunset and the close of the day, which also brings the promise of a new day tomorrow, reminding us of hope. The color red helps us to honor the blood of our Métis ancestors, our language, our traditions, and our culture. Blue, the color of the sky representing the healing of our waters. Blue is an important color in our culture and history and is represented in our Métis flag. Yellow, honoring the east and the direction of new beginnings. Yellow represents the warmth of our sun and the healing rays of light. So we were able to create a number of these sashes. The colors actually of the sash are on your lanyards that you're wearing, so it's something very special. Please know that this sash and the colors were created in honor and support and healing for those touched by issues of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, and to us LGBTQIA+ people. And we really thank the grandmothers for putting so much time, care, thought, teachings into the creation of this sash. So we've been able to have a number of ceremonies with families impacted by MMIWG2S. There was one held last June in Edmonton, and then another beautiful ceremony held at the beginning of October in Ottawa, where we had Métis families, Michif families who'd lost loved ones. We were able to present these sashes, wrap them in them, and be able to share some of the other components of this healing toolkit. So another component of the Grandmother's Healing Toolkit, which we created, is a comfort kit. And so the grandmothers thought carefully about what should be included in this comfort kit. So there's a beautiful medicine roll that was designed by a Michif elder. And in this portable medicine bundle, if you will, there's a shell for gentle smudging, an amethyst for healing and grounding, and then the four medicines: tobacco, sage, sweetgrass, and cedar. So this kit is intended to be something that families could use to calm, to ground, to access spiritual strength and reflection. Another component of the healing kit are these healing and reflection cards, which the grandmothers collaboratively worked on together. They're really lovely. There are 52 cards, one for each week of the year. They include prayers written by some of our grandmothers, messages from the grandmothers, and then invitations and reflection, which are intended to inspire healing and grounding in those who use them. Also in the toolkit is a description and instructions about how to host a blanket ceremony at the community level. So our grandmother, Linda Boudreau-Semagnus, really led the development of documenting a blanket ceremony and encouraging, all kinds of steps about how to put one together to be able to lift up, honor, and support someone who may be suffering, or lift up, honor, and support someone who is special, who needs acknowledgement for how they're working and contributing in the community. You can see in the slide there's a beautiful blanket which was created in the colors of the Remembering Sash. So the blanket exercise is a ritual, it's a ceremony for healing that can be used to provide comfort, healing, and demonstrate love and care for a woman or person who's suffering. The suffering may be grief and loss or other traumatic events that are affecting her or hurting her. The ceremony can also be used to honor people in the community who are doing good things, promoting wellness and healing of communities and families. So that's just a high-level overview of the Grandmother's Commemoration Toolkit, the Kayaskis-Kiswino-Ma project. And I have something special just as we're about to move into our lunch hour, which I'd like to share with you. Mitchell, are you ready with the video? Okay. So what we're about to share with you is something very special. It's an incredibly inspirational song, which was written by two amazing Métis Michif women, Laura Langstaff and her sister Melissa, Summer Sage. They wrote an amazing commemoration song for us. Our Sisters' Wings, okay? If we could please share. Mitchell, you're letting me down, man.
And we pause to dry some tears.
Thank you so much, everyone. And I just want to honor and thank the beautiful Laura Langstaff, our Métis sister, who is here with us today at the Policy Forum and with us throughout the week. Thank you so much, Laura and Melissa, for the gift of your music. Pardon me? Yes, I'll mention that. So President Omenaho just wanted me to remind everyone that, to mention that the kits that the grandmothers developed, the Kayas Kiss Kiss Wanoma kits, are for families of the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, and to us LGBTQIA plus people. So they're not kits that we can distribute in a widespread manner to everyone. They're intended specifically for the families. So throughout the week, I think we'll be talking about some upcoming projects that we have to develop more healing materials like these. So I'll just leave it at that. I think we're going to move into the lunch hour. Did you have any announcements or anything before we move into lunch? No? Okay. So thank you so much, everyone. Merci, Kananaskum Tanawao. Thank you so much. And lunch is served. We'll see you at 1 o'clock.
Pre-fade. Okay, so. Okay, can you turn it on? Nope. Yes, on. Okay, can you see if you're getting anything? Just talk into it for him.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Test test. Test 1 2.
Okay, perfect. Yeah.
Okay.
And then just remind us to put it back to post fade for the show.
Yeah.
So that you won't get.
Yeah.
So where's the button for that? This one right here. Yeah, this one here. So it's pressed in now, so it's going to be it's pre-fade, so you'll be able to use it now. Post fade for when we're doing live. Okay. Yep. That's good. 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
test, 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 test. Not yet. Yeah, so it's on.
Her name is Dr. Jackie Free.
It's on free already.
That's good. Yeah.
Okay. When I turned it up, I could still hear myself on the speaker, though.
Yeah, I know it doesn't really matter because
Right.
you just keep it down.
Yeah.
And they'll, because we're sending them an aux feed.
Yeah.
Free.
Okay.
They're gonna get it.
Right.
We'll only get it if we put the volume up in the room.
Gotcha.
So,
Okay.
so that being said, once they're done, just go back to post.
Yeah.
And then we'll be back to our normal.
Right.
Okay.
How? In like, I don't know, in about...
Yeah, but how live? We don't have that camera hooked up.
The FS5.
Oh, the camera that Sarah's using.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, sure.
And they got the audio on pre-fade, so it's not going to come through the speakers.
Okay.
But it's going to go through the live feed.
No, it won't go through the live feed because we have it on. If we're not hearing it on the live feed, it's not going to go to the live feed.
I did a test and the levels came up.
Okay, actually, you're right. Yep. Okay, sure. I was just about to run to the washroom, so I'll do that, and then I'll get at my station, and we're good to go.
Excellent. Thank you.
We want the spotlight guy for that, eh?
We have a light there.
Oh, perfect. All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
5 minutes. We'll look at that and make sure the lighting's good. Hop on headset, make sure the lighting's good, and then we'll do it.
Okay. Sounds
Cool.
great. Thank you. How you doing? Take him up for a little tour of our tech table. Oh, Melanie. You want to introduce you to Melanie?
Thank you.
Okay.
We're just wondering, hey, do you know President Aaron?
We're set up, so who do you want to interview?
Okay. Just hang tight. Turn the light off for now.
Okay.
And just hang tight. We're going to find somebody to interview.
Okay.
are you doing? No, no, finish. No, no. You've got a few minutes.
I can eat during the panel.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all good. It's going to be a long panel.
Okay.
Just let me drop this.
So the woman that Melanie.
Sharon,
Um,
you want me to interview her?
yes. Let's do
Hey,
that then.
Sharon. Let's find her. Victoria, have you seen Sharon?
No, I'll put this down and I'll go and find her.
I'm going to interview her about Cairo for the live stream.
Fantastic. Okay.
Your presentation was beautiful. Really beautiful. You guys seen Sharon? Not in like 10 minutes. Okay. I'm on a hunt for Sharon. They thought she was in here. She might have gone to her room. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'll bring her and send her right
Okay.
to you. Well, how do you pay groceries and pay rent? We're not as
Cairo? Can I interview you about Cairo?
Yeah. Right now?
Yeah,
Where
before
are
we
we
start again.
interviewing?
Right there.
Oh, okay.
I sent Victoria to look for you, but...
I thought Melanie didn't want to do that here.
Oh, she didn't?
She said we have a room, but
Okay, we can do it quick. I need to be back here at 1.
We'll share the stories tonight.
You did?
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that.
I forget.
Okay, good.
Yeah, so much going on. Don't worry about it. I'm like a goldfish right now. Okay.
See why those machines.
She's lost. I found her. Could someone text Victoria and say that I found her? Okay. Thank you. Okay, let's find the guy. Where's the interview guy? The guy who wants interviews.
Are you talking about Yuri?
Yeah.
Right there.
Yuri! That's him, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm carting you around. Hey, I found her. There. Okay. This is where we're going?
You probably want to stand back more like here. Okay. And then right here.
Willow Rose bead. Cute face.
we all know Josh. Not everybody. That's good.
Thanks. Do you want to introduce? Are you okay if I say this is Sharon Morin, or do you want to introduce yourself?
Okay. No matter.
Okay.
What do you want to do?
I'll get you to introduce yourself. Yeah.
You've got a really long lens on that camera, so it's
Cool.
You're gonna use it backwards.
And you were in Cairo.
Just over to the left, so we're out of the
No, I was in Sharm el Sheikh.
projector.
Okay.
Over
Egypt.
to the left here, so we're out of the projector.
Right here.
Oh, say Egypt and
Egypt.
And then I'll say Sharm el Sheikh.
It's a mouthful.
It is.
Good.
Okay, and then just count to 10.
Okay.
You're gonna do a mic check.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Great.
Is this going to be live?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's just going to the live stream.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Say welcome to the Lfmo forum. And introduce yourself. When you're done, just look at the camera and smile and just nod your head.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna count you in. 4. And when she's okay, now you're up.
It's all good.
We're on the screen.
Welcome to the LMFO Forum. I'm here with Sharon Morin. Sharon, do you want to just introduce yourself? Tell people where you're from really quick.
Yeah, my name is Sharon Morin, and I'm the project coordinator with Lfmo. And I'm just came back from Sharm el Sheikh, Egypt.
Yes. Okay, so you were just in Egypt at the climate summit.
Yeah.
Okay, do you want to tell us a bit about that?
COP27 was part of the first Métis delegation to go there with MNC and different people from different NGOs from across the provinces. There was also a huge First Nations and Inuit contingent of youth as well. So Indigenous people were highlighted this year more than they have been before, and it was really amazing to be part of that process.
Awesome. Is there like a highlight or a favorite moment for you that you could tell us about?
You know, we're there for the climate, and we're there but there's a lot of things to do with gender equity and so forth. And for me, the most amazing thing was seeing our 2S LGBTQIA Indigenous kids stand up and identify who they are and be proud of who they are, because in that country, you're illegal. And so there was amazing acts of bravery. But I also feel that the youth have a lot of answers. A lot of them are traditional in their teachings, but they also have the science and the education behind them, and they're melding that together and bringing our traditional sciences in with the current scientific studies that they're doing.
Amazing. And was it hot there? Like, what was the actual climate? What was it like?
Well, we're right on the Red Sea, and then you have the desert there. So it is quite dry and humid at the same time, which is weird. It never got to be more under, I would say, 26 degrees. It stayed pretty much 26 all the time. You couldn't drink any of the water there, so we bottled water all the time. And it was just a totally different experience.
Wow. Well, thank you so much. We're really glad you're here.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was a great time, and it was really amazing to go represent the Métis Nation in the motherland. Yeah.
Great. I feel like I was just a TV reporter.
Is there a mic? Good afternoon, everyone. I just wanted to really quickly make an announcement here. One of our Saskatchewan delegates, Virginia LaCroix, it's her 50th birthday today. And I thought we could maybe do a happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Virginia. Happy birthday to you.
Okay, everyone. Lunch is over. You can keep eating, but we're going to get started now. So now we have our Métis Women's in Leadership panel. This is quite, Métis Women in Leadership and Visionary session doesn't quite do it justice because it's quite a powerhouse panel. So on this panel, we have Melanie Ameniho, Jean Taillé, Suzanne Jackson, Cassidy Karen, and Michelle Leclerc. And if the panelists could come up, that would be great. All right, so I have some questions or jumping off points for the panel. So the first one is, tell us about your journey to Métis women's leadership. Who wants to go first? Melanie, how about you?
It started in an airplane.
That's a good first line.
I flew to Halifax. No, I did, and then I flew to Ottawa. Then we did the work for this, and now I'm here. But actually, the truth of the story is that many, many years ago, I was young. I didn't really appreciate my youthfulness at the time, but I was young. And my mother would take me and say, come on, we're going to a meeting. And I would go there with my eyes really big and my ears wide open. And I would listen. And things would be being said, and I'd be going, that ain't right. And I'd whisper to her, shouldn't be going like this. And then she'd say something. I'd go, no, I don't want to say nothing. And then as time went on, the first few times I got up to a mic and tried to talk, I think I cried more than I talked. I would choke up and almost sob, but eventually people would encourage me and say, oh my God, I really liked what you had to say. And then it would give me the courage. Then though, I will tell you, the one evil of that was they would come to me then and go, can you say this? Can you say that? Can you say this? Because they didn't have the courage to get up and say something themselves. But I will tell you, it was my grandmother, my mother, and even my great-grandmother that went before me that told me how to be a strong Métis woman, and that's what brought me here.
It happened on an airplane. Just kidding. No, so again, sort of same as Mel, we kind of grew up with the same sort of people around us. And when I was a young woman in my early 20s, I decided to go to a Métis women's meeting in Saskatoon. And so, you know, just sort of got pulled in. I mean, my household is Métis, so we always talked about Métis issues, and my dad always talked about the inherent right to self-government because, of course, we had, you know, people like Jim Sinclair and Harry Daniels and people like that that were involved in my entire life. And I remember Harry Daniels, when I was a young woman, saying, you've got a voice, use it, you know, get involved. So I did. And so it was the likes of Mary Wiegers, Marge Friedel, Mel's mom, who just pulled me in and put their arms around me and helped me to start this journey. And I remember they took me to Ottawa for the Charlottetown Accord negotiations. That's how old I am. And I just learned so much from these strong, beautiful women. And yeah, so here I am.
So for me, it was very similar. Of course, you know, I feel like many of us with families who have been active in Métis politics or just in our communities for a long time, you get dragged around to these different events as a young person. So growing up in British Columbia, though, I didn't realize how fortunate I was to be so connected to my Métis culture and my Métis traditions, always being able to go back to Saskatchewan in the summers and visit with my family. Being away from my homelands, I didn't recognize how fortunate I actually was to have that connection to who I was. And as I got older, though, I started to realize how fortunate I really was. And I wanted to give back. I wanted to give back to the nation. I wanted to give back to my communities. And so, you know, as a young person, you think about, how am I going to create change? How am I going to give back to my community? And as a young person, many of us think that the one way to do it, and one way certainly is to do it, is to go to law school. So that was the journey that I was on my whole life. I was going to go and do my undergraduate degree. I was going to go to law school. I was going to create change in my communities and in the Métis Nation. But along my pathway, things kept coming up. Different opportunities would come up. And these opportunities arose through the relationships that I was building with Métis people everywhere that I was going, by staying connected to the Métis community that I was in during my time wherever I was, traveling to university, traveling to different meetings, staying connected wherever I was, building those relationships. These opportunities would come up, and it would pull me away from my little pathway to go to law school. But I kept asking myself two questions. And if the answer was yes to both things, I would say yes. The two questions that I would always ask myself were, is this opportunity going to contribute to my goal of wanting to create positive change for the Métis Nation? Yes. Is this making me happy? That was another question that I would always ask myself. And if it was yes to both of those things, I would take that opportunity. And so it did take me away from my initial goal of going to law school. I did write the LSATs, I got into law school, other opportunities kept coming up, pulling me away, and that's where I got to where I am today. And it's largely because of those two questions that I would always ask myself, but it always comes back to the relationships that I was building along the way as well. And so that's how I got to where I am today. Relationships is absolutely key, and staying connected to community no matter where you are.
Can you hear me now? Yeah. I feel a little inadequate sitting and listening to these lovely women's stories, because I didn't have that in my life. I didn't have traditions and heritage and Métis teachings growing up. I didn't discover my Métis heritage until 24 years ago. And my ancestors had passed on, and the one that was left wouldn't discuss it. And so my journey has been very different. I've learned a lot of who I want to be by the women, some of the very strong Métis women that are in this room, and that I'm honored to call sister and cousin. The day that I was asked to sit on the Grandmothers' Council by Mel, I had no idea where that journey was going to take me and the lessons that I would learn. But I'm so very grateful for my sister grandmothers who have been patient with me, who have taught me the things that I need to know along this journey. And it's prepared me now to continue with those teachings with the generations to come. I serve with a wonderful group of women who represent the Métis Nation of Ontario Women's Council. And I'm not perfect, and I'm so very grateful that my imperfections aren't seen as a weakness and aren't seen as a reason to turn away from, but that we have these communications where we can speak with each other. One of the strongest women who first influenced me is Melanie. And it was Melanie who gave me my voice. So it's her that I owe who I am sitting here today too, in front of this wonderful group of Métis women. Thank you.
Well, I grew up in a big Métis family, but there weren't big women role models. But I'm just showing the fact that I'm a whole generation older than all the other women on this panel. So, there was one, and that was my aunt, and she was the. So I just have to back up a bit. So, so I was born in the 50s and early 50s, and there was no Manitoba Métis Federation. Didn't exist, right? So the only Métis organization was the Union Nationale Métis de Saint-Joseph in Manitoba. And that was created in 1887, 2 years after Riel was hanged. And my great-grandfather, Joseph Riel, was one of the people who was there at that inaugural meeting of the Union Nationale. So I grew up in a family that was very deeply engaged with the Union Nationale. So that's the Métis background that I have. So the Manitoba Métis Federation did not come into existence until 1967. I was already 14 years old when it was created, and it certainly didn't get off to a running start, okay? It took a while to get it up and running. So, you know, I'm almost 20, you know, 1970 is really, you know, I'm like 17 years old before the Manitoba Métis Federation is really catching its stride and moving. So my whole background comes from the Union Nationale, and just to put it bluntly, is very patriarchal, very Catholic, and there's not a lot of women rising to the top, except that in 1964, by accident, my father's sister, my Aunt Yo, ended up becoming the first female president of the Union Nationale. And so by accident, because one guy had I don't know if he had a heart attack, the president, and then they put in another guy and he died. And so, you know, I mean, it really was an accident. that she ends up being the first female president in 1964. But so there weren't a lot of big, strong role models. But I do know, my grandmother, so Sarah Riel, she's in her obituary, and this is classic patriarchy, right? It says in the obituary, in the causes to which women espouse. She was very, I can't remember the exact phrasing, but anyway, one of them is the Ladies Auxiliary of the Union Nationale. Now, I don't know exactly what the Ladies Auxiliary of the Union Nationale did, but I suspect they did a lot of cooking. And I do know, though, that one of the things they were very engaged in was children. And so that no Métis kids would end up in the adoption system. They would get adopted and moved around into Métis families. I know for sure they were doing that. And I also came across a newspaper clipping in 1955 where they're noting that over 50% of the women in the Winnipeg jail are Métis. In 1955, I just have to point that out because we can ask ourselves whether we think nothing's changed in the last 10 years or 20 years. Goes back way further than that. We're almost at 80 years now where we're at that 50% level for our women in prisons. But anyway, I grew up mostly with very strong men. They were very political. My father and his brothers and my grandfather, very engaged in the Union Nationale. I have them in newspaper clippings and photographs at Union Nationale meetings, usually on November 16th in 1913, 1946, 1955, things like that, at Louis Riel's gravesite. It is that organization that put the monument on Louis's grave. They're the ones who agitated to get St. Vital Park. It's my family, my uncles and my dad who sold what is Riel House, which was my great-grandfather's house, to the federal government for $1, which is now Riel Museum. So I grew up with them writing, agitating. They were called Les Fidèles à Riel, the Riel loyalists, right? And I was raised to be very, very proud of being Métis and very, very proud of being a Riel. And then I just grew up and it was just natural. It's what we did. I had no thought at all of getting involved in Métis politics or being a lawyer or advancing Métis rights or anything. I wanted to be a dancer. Sorry. Very different dreams. And so basically I did that. I was a professional dancer. And it's only when I decided to go to law school and I went to law school when I was 38. So I wasn't young when I went to law school. I was 38. So everything I've done by way of Métis rights and everything really began then. I grew up in this milieu, but I maybe because there weren't any strong women around, I just didn't see myself having a role in that until 1991. Michelle says she's taken to Charlottetown. I was in first year law school when that happened, and Tony Belcourt came to the law school, and I happened to have a T-shirt on that said "Real Riel," like that, and Tony kind of grabbed me and never let go. And he was fabulous because what he did was he really wanted me to finish law school and be a lawyer, and he got me. I started the Powley case when I was still a law student. I hadn't even written my bar exams yet, and I started doing the Powley, which ended up being the Métis rights case that went to the Supreme Court of Canada, right? So I was still a law student. So, but the thing that Tony did was he didn't care whether you were a woman or man. He just saw some potential, and he just sort of gave me these opportunities, and that was pretty amazing. And I loved Tony. I still love Tony, and he just gave me that chance to be the lawyer and to fight for Métis rights. And so I started down that path. So I have to say, though, most of my life has not been me planning it, you know, despite my little talk about strategy and tactics. I don't seem to do it in my own life. What happens to me is there are things just sort of fall in my lap where these opportunities are there. And the only skill I have is the ability to run with them, to take them, to recognize them, and to run with them. I don't end up that, and that's the story of most of my career, is that something happens, I see it as an opportunity, I see it as something that I can do, and so I do it. And then something else happens. So I have an unplanned, unstrategic, untactical life, and I've never thought of myself as a leader because of that, because I don't have necessarily the big plan for where I'm going and how I'm going to get there. And I admire a great deal the extraordinary women who do have plans, but I'm not very good at that. So I don't even know what I'm doing on this panel because I don't have any advice for you on how to be a leader. I really don't.
Jean always tells such epic stories at these things. I love it. And the next question is, who were your inspirations and mentors? Why don't we start at the other end?
Melanie was a huge inspiration to me. Every one of the women who I sit with on the Grandmothers Council have been huge inspirations to me. The women that I've come into contact with and come to know and love within the Métis Nation of Ontario, my roots, my ancestral roots are not from Ontario. I was born and raised out west, and my Métis heritage is Lfmo and Saskatchewan and Manitoba. But I've been welcomed into the Métis family here. So the women of the Métis Nation are those who have fed me and been my role models.
I think I answered that one.
Yeah. So I want to tell you, actually, I'm inspired, of course, by my mother and my grandmother and my great-grandmother. But I'm also inspired by the many people that I've gotten to know in the work that I've been able to do. I haven't always been the Métis woman president. I've done a lot of things. And much like Jean, I didn't have a strategy. I had a survival instinct. So I would just do what I had to do. I had 3 daughters. Each one of them is an inspiration to me. One of them is here. And I did what I had to do to make sure that we would all exist, because I was a single-parent mom. And through life, that was what motivated me. And the other thing that really motivated me was that I wanted to make sure that I left the world a better place than I found it. And that's what I thrive to do all the time. But I have each one of you that lifts me up. Do you know how many special gifts and hugs I get, and stories that I could tell, things that I get to witness, and how special that I feel just having each one of you in my life? So you guys are my inspiration. And then if you want to watch me become just a big blubbering melted piece of butter in a frying pan, you should have just stood outside when lunch started, because I was on the phone with my 2-year-old granddaughter going, "Hi, Tucky," and she's going, "Hi, Cookum." And we went from there. And so that's what fills my heart with love, and I'm grateful that I have the benefits and privilege to be here with all of you and to share all of our experiences together, and to have you inspire me to continue to do the work that we do.
If I'm a little shaky, it's because I was up till 2:30 this morning and I've drank a gallon of coffee. So Mel said, "You're shaky." I said, "It's because I've drank so much coffee today to keep myself awake." Geez, so many people have influenced me, both women and men. I come from a large family with a lot of boys, and I have 3 brothers who went to law school before I did. And so I thought if they could do it, as stupid as they were, I certainly could do it too. But seriously, you know, my dad always said, you know, just because I have 2 sisters and just because you're girls doesn't mean that you can't succeed and you can't, you know, make change in this world and make change for Métis people. But I have, you know, similar to Mel, there's women in this room that inspire me every day. There are women throughout my lifetime. I think about Sandra Delarond. You know, I remember Sandra back during the early 90s, and I think she's passed away now. But she was so beautiful, and she was so well-spoken, and I'm this 20-year-old gal, and I just thought, oh my God, I want to be like that, you know, be able to speak my truth the way that she did. Yeah, and so many leaders, like, a lot of them were men. Like Jim Sinclair, you know, saying, you can do this, you have a voice, and Harry too. So, but just in the same vein as Melanie, you all inspire me in your own way. My daughter inspires me, my granddaughters inspire me. And you know, I'm sitting here with Jean Taye, and she says, I don't know why I'm a leader. I don't know why I'm sitting at this table as a leader. Well, this is a woman who has set precedents that has changed our lives. And so she certainly is a leader, and when she speaks, she's just absolutely brilliant. She is another one of the women that I've looked up to, and Melanie as well. So I guess with that, that's what I got to say.
So I was raised by only women. My mom was a single mother, and I was born after my grandfather had passed away, and so I was raised by my mother and my grandmother. And to know now what I do, of what they had to do, just like Melanie said, to survive, to raise my sister and I. She's absolutely my inspiration. She guides me every single day. Her strength and her resilience is something that I have actually come to learn that strength and resilience is within all Métis women. It wasn't just unique to my mom, although she exuded resilience. But it's a trait that all Métis women hold within themselves, and in all of the stories that I'm sure you have, resilience is a trait that definitely comes up in those stories. I also am extremely grateful, and we could probably sit up here and just blubber about Melanie on and on and on, but Melanie was someone who, when I stepped into the field of Métis politics, she supported me from day one. Giving me many different opportunities to really grow, to develop, to just use the skills that she saw that I had before I did myself. When Melanie said this morning, you should see how I chair a meeting, Melanie knew I could do that before I knew I could do that, and she had me chair one of the Lfmo annual general assemblies. I was so young when I did that, and it was the first time I did that, and she showed me so many things that I had within myself that I didn't know that I had within myself. There's also so many women within the Métis Nation whose stories we don't know. And Jean, again, you're an absolute leader within the Métis Nation because you're one of the people who are starting to You're one of the first to start telling those stories of the Métis women who have contributed so much to the Métis Nation. You know those stories, and I've heard you share those stories, including the stories of my great-great-grandmother. And so I often like to think about, we hear about all the men that have guided the ways, and I love to think about who were the men, or who were the women in the background who were holding up those men, who were supporting them. Maybe if they were the women that were doing the cooking, what were they talking about, and how were they supporting the development of the Métis Nation? And I just think about that resilience that runs through our blood, and I'm grateful to all of those women.
Oh my God, this panel is amazing. I'm just standing up here trying not to cry. And then the next question is, what are some of the most challenging aspects of leadership for you? Well, let's start with Jean, because I can tell she's avoiding eye contact. Hello, yeah. Challenging aspects of leadership. I just said I didn't. Maybe the most challenging one is just understanding that people do look up to you, that people do follow what you say, and so that's difficult for me because I am not. Let's just put it this way. I'm not your shy, quiet, wise, silent woman. I'm almost always, I've lived most of my life with both feet in my mouth. I regard it as edging towards wisdom now that I only have one foot in my mouth most of the time. I get very passionate and excited and say things, and Suggesh Henderson called me the flaming arrow. So what it means is that people around me get burnt. And I don't do it on purpose, honestly. It's just that that's what happens. So I try not to do that. I really do. So that's a big responsibility, to try not to burn people while you are burning your way towards what you're trying to work on. So that's been a challenge for me always, is to try not to hurt other people in your urge to get done what you need to do or what you're trying to do. Some of that is getting easier for me because writing stories it doesn't tend to do that so much. So not like litigation or trying. One of my most trying tasks was when we were trying to come up with a definition of who the Métis are for the Métis Nation. And I was the person who held the pen on those, I don't know, hundreds of meetings all across as we debated over every single comma and every single word in that. So those are tough times to try and get us to come together all across the nation to do that. So that was challenging, but telling the stories, like your great grandma's story there. That's my favorite story I've ever come across. And for those of you who don't know, it's the story of Marguerite Caron, who, and at the Battle of Duck Lake, they asked, and this is a really interesting thing I find in the history, is you don't find the women's histories because anybody goes and asks the women. It's because they butt in when they're asking the man. And that's what happened here. So if you go into the St. Boniface archives and you look at it, the Union Nationale, remember I talked to you about they went to Batoche in 1909 and then again in 1929, and they interviewed the people who were still alive after Batoche. And they literally took transcripts of those interviews. And what happens is they go to interview your great-great-great-grandfather, and
she's piping in the background and saying, no, 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 no. It didn't take very long, that battle. I know because I started washing my floor. And I wasn't even halfway done, and it was over, right? And I remember reading that and going, wow, isn't that a woman's way to tell time? Is to go, okay, I can't stand just sitting here. My son and my husband and my brothers are all over there. I got to keep myself busy. So she starts to wash her floor, right? And I just thought that story was so indicative of women and what it is now. There's quite a few other stories about her because she's an amazing character, right? But just that thought of the fact that women spend a lot of their lives waiting, maybe that's not so true anymore, but it seems to be in the past a lot of time that women spent was waiting for your husband to come home, waiting for that battle to be over, waiting for this, waiting for that. That I thought that it was just an extraordinary story, but also a woman's way to tell time by what you're actually making or what you're cleaning or what you're doing. And to me, those stories were pivotal. So I'm delighted, really honored that there are some of you here today who go, oh, wow, that's my family. I go up there because I do that too to my family. So I think those women's stories are important, and I think there's more of them out there, and we need to tell them more and more and more. And I actually have a film project proposal for Melanie about that that I want to pitch to her, because I do think that those stories are important. So if there's anything that I find a challenge, it's okay now. It's an easier challenge because I'm just going to keep putting more stories out, and that'll be it for me.
Which way are we going here? Let's go. Okay, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to talk to you about women leadership challenges a little bit. When my mother and I used to run around and do crazy things, my mother was a bit of a radical, for those of you that may not have known her. And she would take on anything. And Ashley, she wouldn't just take it on. She would put every ounce of her being into what she believed, and she would move forward with that. So there were times back in the day when she actually started Women of the Métis Nation in Alberta. And then this was before the Charleston Accord, and she would rile up the women in Saskatchewan and rile up the women in Manitoba. And they all started their own little groups, and then they all became a national group. And I'm going to tell you something that might not be as pretty as all of that, but there were some leaders back then in the Métis Nation. One of them said in a drunken stupor at a federal government meeting as we were going into these negotiations, you don't fight beavers, you get another beaver to fight a beaver. And he put in another Métis woman to try to be the leader to take out the women that were trying to organize and have a women's voice at the table. So there were many challenges for them. In fact, at the time, the bylaws of the Métis National Council, which was a secretariat, and a fairly new secretariat because it actually only started in the 80s, it didn't allow women to be on the council. So have we moved forward? I have a national Métis Women's president. We also have three Métis, as Lisa said, three Métis women's presidents that sit at that table. And we have the fourth one coming, I think. But just saying, it's my premonition. But anyway, I want to tell you this. It is still not easy to be a woman's leader in this, and it's got nothing to do with Métis. It's got nothing to do with Indigenous.
even look at mainstream politics today. Women that sit in the House of Commons and put their life forward, or women who sit as MPs, MLAs at a provincial level, they have a different set of rules that apply to them. They have it, and I have to be honest, I'm not a conservative, but even what you look at what happened, if anybody ever wants to go back and look, what happened to Alison Redford, who was a single parent mother and who lost being the premier of a province because she was a mom first. So it isn't that I like conservative policies or I believe in that, but that tells you the challenges that women have in this world. We are always fighting to be just a little better than any other man that's sitting in the room, because the rules that judge us are harsher than the rules that judge them. They can be drunks, they can be deplorable, they can say ignorant things all the time, and they're never held to account. You just show that you care about your child before you care about being a conservative, and you lose your place to be able to be the leader. And we've seen that even in the federal politics here, where we've seen people put graffiti on the sides of constituency offices with women that were running those constituencies. So it's a battle that all women need to stick together and to fight, because I'm not saying that we're better than anybody else, but we certainly aren't lesser than anybody else. And we need to be able to show that no matter what, we are strong, intelligent, beautiful women who can move forward with anything we want to do.
I absolutely agree with that. I think times are changing, and we're starting to look at, you know, things like gender analysis and all of those sorts of things, thankfully. But Mel's right. It hasn't changed that much. So if you're strong, and we've all know this, we've heard this before, you're a bitch. You know, and it's true, especially in, and I'm going to say it, in Métis politics. And I live in one of the strongest Métis nations in the homeland or in the motherland. We are passionate about our politics in Saskatchewan. And that happens. So you got to, you know, the respect that one should get doesn't always happen. And you know, even issues at the table, we now have parity at our table, more than parity at our table, but there's still that underlying sort of power. And I think one of the challenges is not only with our male counterparts, it's women. And I think we all know that. One of the biggest challenges is when you see that women aren't holding other women up. They're not congratulating each other. They're not saying, good job, or take the time to be with your family because you are a mom or a grandma or a great-grandma, whatever it is. So for me, I always think that one of the biggest challenges, not for me, because people that know me know that I am a big supporter of of women and my colleagues. But I think that that's a big challenge, being taken seriously in our communities, or, you know, whether it's at whatever kind of table. You know, when I ran in the election for Métis Nation Saskatchewan, part of the problem was, I say, I'm running, right, because I want to represent everybody's voice. I happen to be a woman. And of course, I'm always going to I'm always going to represent women's issues. But people see you as just that woman, just that, you know. And it's women that do it to each other. And I love that we're here together as women and that we can talk about that, that we have an obligation and an opportunity to change the dialogue in our communities and start holding each other up, start patting each other on the back. So I would say, without going on any further, I think that would probably be the biggest challenge when you're representing the whole community, that sometimes you're not taken seriously. Although I think, yeah, so I'll leave it at that.
So I absolutely agree. And, you know, one of the challenges of being a woman in leadership is having the courage to talk about the challenges that we face. Largely because we're still breaking ground as women in leadership. And we are, well, I sure do, feel the sense that we need to show that strength, that we can do this, that we can get through these challenges, and we don't talk about the challenges, but we absolutely have to. So talking about the challenges is one of those challenges in itself. And I don't like to stray away from talking about the challenges that I particularly face as, well, growing up. What my mom told me were my strengths. I'm a young, intelligent Métis woman. Those are the things that I've been taught are my strengths as an individual. And those are the things that often get used against me in a leadership role. So I'm fortunate to have the strength to hear my mom and my grandma in the back of my head to say, those are your strengths, don't let them use those against you. But as a young woman leader, I absolutely do find myself in situations where I face ageism and I face misogyny just because of who I am. There are many examples within this last year that I could sit up here and talk to you about, but even one just as recently as Friday evening, where there was an older gentleman. He's been involved in the Métis realm for a long time, and he said, "Oh, you can't be the president." He said, you're just a young woman. And in a very kind way where he thought, "Oh, you're just a young woman, you can't do that." And he said, "You know, you talk to a lot of people." He said, "Sometimes you're in rooms and you're talking to big groups of people." And he said, "I couldn't do that." And so my response to him was, "That's okay, you don't have to, because I am." But it is a challenge, and you know, I'm so lucky to be around so many incredible women in leadership so that we can talk about these things. But Michelle is absolutely right. Women in our own communities can be challenging, and if we try to think about some of the root causes of why that is, it's because, you know, our women have had to fight. We've had to fight to get to where we are. So we've got this mentality of needing to fight everywhere we go. And we bring that mentality into rooms, into MNLAs, for example, where, you know, things are going really good, but we think we still have to fight. And we're in a space right now where we can outgrow that mindset. And I think that's some of the things that we need to talk about, is moving past that mindset of needing to fight and needing to figure out how we work together to support one another to do these really good things. I often think, you know, the day after I got elected, I went and I sat with an elder. She's a First Nations elder who has paved the way for Indigenous women in leadership. And I sat down with her and I asked her, I said, you know, like, what do you do on those really hard days when things are tough and challenging and you don't know if you can go on any further? And she said, for her, what she used to do is she would think about women who did this work 15 years ago and paved the way to where we are today. Think about the struggles that they had to go through to get you to a place of where you are today. She said, think about those struggles, but then also think about you're gonna be that person 15 years from now, that people, you're paving the way for that next generation to make it easier for that next generation. So think about those pieces as you have those challenging days. And so I absolutely always bring that with me everywhere I go. But I also want to talk about leadership that's, it's within the Métis Nation, but outside of the Métis Nation, leadership within, your organizations that you might work for. If you want to become a CEO of a company or anything, leadership in any style. A lot of those positions, they weren't designed for Métis women. They are actually designed for men who have been in the field for a number of years, close to their retirement age. It's kind of a something that they're given because they've earned it, because they've worked through the years. Those jobs are not designed for Métis women. They make you choose between pleasing your employer, doing your job, meeting your responsibilities, making you choose between doing your job properly or serving your community, your responsibilities to your communities, or raising a family. You can't have it all. And as Métis women, we carry so many responsibilities with us. We have to play those roles in our communities. We are raising families, but we also want to succeed in these other positions. And so the only way that we can do that is to talk about that. Talk about when we create these positions for leadership, we have to think differently than we used to. We have to create these positions so that you can go into these positions, you can contribute, you can be successful, but you can also do everything that you want to do in your life. We shouldn't have to sacrifice to be successful. So there's so much work that we have to do as Métis women specifically, and we are doing that, and talking about those challenges is absolutely critical so that we can overcome them and make it better for the next generation.
Suzanne, the mic's coming to you.
Oh. I'll be really short and sweet. I echo absolutely everything that my esteemed colleagues have said to the right of me. And I just want to add a couple of things. Challenges in leadership roles for women within the Métis Nation. Not taking anything personally. Coming to an understanding that no matter what we do, what we say, there is always going to be a person or a group of people that are going to criticize or look harshly on what you've said or done, and learning to not take that personally. And in that process, Victoria is here somewhere at the back. Victoria has a wonderful presentation which she has worked on for a number of years, and instead of addressing lateral violence, she approaches it from lateral kindness, from a perspective of lateral kindness. And that is a challenge when we as women, and I think every person at this table has said, that it isn't just from men. Some of our strongest adversaries come from within, come from the ranks of our women, and we need to learn to practice lateral kindness, both giving and receiving. So those are the two short things that I just wanted to add to all of the wisdom that has already been shared.
Cassidy, that was so gracious of you to answer that man in such a nice way. I would have told him to suck on a rock and choke on it. I wouldn't have been able to hold that one back. Which I imagine is one of the challenges of being a Métis woman in leadership, is you can't say those things. Yeah, me and Jean, 2 feet in our mouths all the time. So if you can answer in 1 to 2 sentences, the last question we're going to end on is, what is needed to keep resilient and moving forward in leadership positions? Yeah.
Intestinal fortitude and determination.
I have no thoughts at this moment. I might by the time it comes back.
Say it again.
Okay. So in 1 to 2 sentences, what is needed to keep resilient and moving forward in leadership positions?
Okay, first thing I'm going to say is get off Facebook and use social media to lift up people. Don't school them, don't criticize them, just love them. And then we'll have a better world. And that's how we are going to lift up women and be more resilient.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think kindness, understanding, being full of grace, and thinking about when something challenges you, be kind, be loving. Think about not holding a grudge, moving ahead, being strong enough to say, it's okay, I'm on this path, and I'm going to do it with grace, with amazing grace.
Of course, I agree with everything already. What I'll add to that is relationships. Building strong and healthy relationships within your own circles, within your own communities. Being able to be open and supported is another one. That's something that I think a lot of us are relearning within our communities, is being open to love and loving one another, because that's something that colonization has tried to take away from us. We have been tried to think about ourselves and not love who we are, not love each other, not love our culture. And we're in this time of now of talking publicly about loving one another, talking publicly about loving being Métis. And I think that's something that we need to continue to build strong and resilient communities, is love.
I think just the shorthand version that I would say about it is just do it. Just do it. Nobody else is going to pick up that ball. Pick it up and do it yourselves. And if you drop it, okay, you drop it, pick it back up and keep going. Because we're none of us perfect, right? We're all damaged. We've all got our hurts. We've all had our losses. We've all had our failures, right? But we're all human. We're all women. So just pick up that thing that you see that needs to be done and do it. And that's the resilience.
Amazing. Thank you all so much. That was an incredible panel. That was a really amazing panel. Thank you so much. Next, we're going to move into a Wakotuan session. And so what this essentially is practicing visiting with each other at our tables and visiting about what Métis women's leadership in your community means to you. And then we'll check back in a bit, and then maybe we'll share some things. Wouldn't that be cool? So go ahead and visit about Métis women's leadership. Thank you.
It sticks on the carpet, yeah.
How long do you want to give this? It's 2:16. We could give it 15 and then we'll be on
Hey everyone. Okay, that's our time. That's our Wakotuan time. So we're gonna take a quick health break right now and come back at 2:50 for our next session. And also, if you have any notes from what you discovered visiting, tell the gals at the back table, the Lfmo gals. Yeah, so we're gonna come back at 2:50. Pee, get a coffee, run to your room, whatever you need, do it now.
Okay, we're back. Yay! We had a break. Yay! All right, so we're back, and we have Melanie and Lisa from Lfmo talking about the Indigenous Justice Strategy. Here they are.
Good afternoon. Hello? Hello?
You're on.
Hello? Okay. Good afternoon. Ooh, wow, that mic's
I
hot.
told you you're on.
The mic is hot just like me. Good afternoon, everyone. I know it's been a really long day so far, and this will be our last session for the day. And it's really hard to get excited about some topics, but we're going to make this as exciting as possible, and we're going to be here today to talk about the Indigenous Justice Strategy. So the one thing is all of our team at Lfmo have a part to play in all of our work. We have a new staff on board who is doing some amazing work. She is our manager of justice. She's just getting her feet wet in terms of presenting, so Melanie and I are up here presenting her work, and I would just love to acknowledge the contribution of Kate Curry. Where are you, Kate?
Get her up here.
Okay. Lady Boss says you'd like to come and sit beside us. Oh, I think she didn't.
No, up here.
So I mentioned to Kate that I was going to acknowledge her work today because I love and adore her, and she's brilliant and amazing. And she said, Lisa, you're going to be the reason why I finally eventually get to accept compliments. So if you see Kate, give her a compliment.
Come sit. Thank you. I'm not up here, am I? Yeah, you are. Okay. This is Kate. Hi.
How do I do this? Oh, I broke it now. I don't know how to work that. Do you know how to work that? Oh, I got it. So we're here to talk about the Indigenous Justice Strategy today. So what is the Indigenous Justice Strategy? So it's an attempt by the Department of Justice to work in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous and provincial and territorial partners to address systemic discrimination and the overrepresentation of Indigenous peoples in the justice system. So through Budget 2021, Justice Canada provided $11 million in funding to 38 Indigenous groups to support engagement until March 2024, and we are proud and honored that of those groups, Lfmo did receive funding to engage with our women across the Métis Nation motherland. So while the justice system is very broad and touches any area where laws are drafted and enforced, the Indigenous Justice Strategy is largely intended as a reimagining of the criminal justice system. Policing, courts, jails and prisons, probation and parole, restorative justice, and so on. For example, the overrepresentation of Métis in the Manitoba justice system. President O'Menahue?
I don't even know where she's at. So one of the things I want to tell you, because I'm not a lawyer and I don't necessarily talk as amazingly as our Kate does on the criminal justice system, but I will tell you that what they're doing is they're at a pre-engagement level for their assessments, And a lot of the work that we've done in the past in working on missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, we knew and realized, along with our Jean Taille, who has been our retained lawyer on many of these matters, that the justice system needed to change in many, many ways. And so part of us being engaged helps us to identify some of the things that we need to fix and work on within this justice strategy. So we are going to be carrying on with the pre-engagement parts at this point. Did you need me to actually read stuff here? Just saying, I don't read well, especially when it looks like it's subtext. Okay, Ashley, yeah, let's get Kate in on this. I would like that.
So with all due respect, I have promised Kate not to throw her under the bus. So the fact that I have Kate up here, it's getting her feet wet, so I'm kind of the buffer between Lady Boss and Kate right now. But I'm sure you can say just hello.
I'll get there one day.
Woohoo! Yeah. So the development, the development of the Indigenous Justice Strategy comes after the 94 calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the 231 calls to justice of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, and of course our Lfmo Chifotipemsuak report on Métis perspectives in weaving Muskotaha, which are 62 calls from a Métis perspective on what we need to do to end missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and to us LGBTQIA+ people. We know the criminal justice system is not separate and apart from the social and economic conditions of our lives. Criminal justice, especially the issues of missing and murdered Indigenous women, have implications for many other systems such as healthcare, education, child welfare. However, within these reports and the many others that have been written over the years, there's many specific recommendations on criminal justice, including policing, court systems, jails and prisons. These pre-existing colonial structures are not serving Métis people. The Truth and Reconciliation calls to action 25 through 42. I just want to specifically read out call 30 and 31. So we call upon the federal, provincial, and territorial government to commit to eliminating the overrepresentation of Aboriginal people in custody over the next decade, and to issue detailed annual reports that monitor and evaluate the progress in doing so. And number 31 reads, we call upon the federal, provincial, and territorial government to provide sufficient and sustainable funding to implement and evaluate community sanctions that will prove realistic alternatives to imprisonment for Aboriginal offenders and respond to the underlying causes of offending. The National Inquiry call number 5.4 spoke to a similar case, and that call reads, we call upon all governments to immediately and dramatically transform Indigenous policing from its current state as a mere delegation to an exercise in self-governance and self-determination over policing. And number 5.6 read, we call upon provincial and territorial governments to develop an enhanced, holistic, comprehensive approach for the provision of support to Indigenous victims of crimes and families and friends of Indigenous murdered or missing persons. Now, within our own Weaving Muskotaha report, our call number 42, we called that action is required to commit to eliminating the overrepresentation of specifically Métis people in custody over the next decade, and that annual reports or other reporting mechanisms, including reporting on Métis people in conflict with the criminal justice system, are to ensure that Métis women are properly identified as Métis people in all aspects of the criminal justice system, including but not limited to police services, community corrections, prisons, and parole. So we go on and on with all that, but you can see that the common thread or themes throughout all of this is that policing and justice needs a total reform in order to ensure that our needs are being met.
Sorry. So the next step that we want to talk about are the priorities for criminal justice and policing. Discrimination in the justice system is an important thing, and it's been an issue that we've been dealing with for a very long time. It's complex and it's multifaceted, and Métis people experience it at levels that are really challenging. We're never asked if we're Métis when we come into these situations. We're not identified unless we're a bank robber and they say a Métis man robbed the bank at 3 o'clock today on the news. So we need to change the system so that people can identify that we are often victims of the criminal justice system, and also that we are people that have helped to create some of even the laws, like the GLADU laws, around the criminal justice system. Missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and 2S LGBTQIA+ people, there are issues with all of us that we need to interact so that we can change a system so that there are far fewer missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. So the many cases are handled when Indigenous women are victims of crime. Many families of missing and murdered Indigenous women have, you know, these lights are awful bright up here, have shared stories of the police indifference to their cases. Less attendance and fewer resources are given to these cases. The national inquiry outlined many recommendations that call for transformation, change to the justice system. And that's part of why the federal government is doing the work that they're doing. And our report of Wiwi Miskatoha that Lisa's talked about further enhances that throughout this process.
So the history of between Indigenous people and various policing, including the RCMP, has a long and adversarial history. There's a lot of distrust in communities from historical injustice. For example, RCMP were the truant officers for the residential schools, and to continued discrimination and mistreatment. For example, lack of investigation around cases of MMI, WG. So all in all, a poor communication with families and with our Métis community. You can just see all of the challenging experiences we've had with the RCMP. Lfmo Chifo Tepemswak has done some good work with researchers and the RCMP staff, only at a working level. We've been able to discuss issues around the use of body camera footage where Indigenous women are involved, and we certainly made a strong case for, the protection of the privacy of our women who have experienced gender-based violence and domestic violence, and how those footage of the body-worn camera suddenly show up on news feeds and whatnot.
So I want to add here to the issue of the RCMP, that isn't part of my script, by the way, but even as of recently, and somebody here, and I'll let her be the spokesperson for that, but you will have heard on the news lately of things like autistic people being arrested and being treated by RCMP. We need to change policies and how they address and work with our communities. And even in saying this, there are many women that have ended up dying at the hands of RCMP or other police forces because they've gone on mental health checks that have gone bad. So we need to have a better relationship with RCMP. When Lisa says we have this, we did body cameras, they only superficially engage us. And in fact, I've pretty much ended most of the engagement meetings with the RCMP because they're really not interested in hearing what we've got to say. They're very paternalistic and patronizing, and actually are very militant in the work that they do and are not willing to look at the development of policies that are going to change how they work with our community in the future. So we need to get to a different level of just meeting with some commander that sits within a federal government office. We need to be able to meet with the various people that are setting the laws for the RCMP, because quite frankly, and I know that much like Jean, I'm one of those people that will open my mouth and put both feet in. It isn't like I'm going to trust Commissioner Brenda Lucky today.
So we've had several meetings over the last 2 years with the RCMP that we have since stopped until we can get to a different level of understanding with the RCMP. And in fact, I recall our last meeting, and Mom, close your ears, but we were at the table, and the representative, their Indigenous representative that was hired to engage with us, I sincerely think they expected Métis women to sit quietly and shrivel like a dying flower until they ran into Melanie Omenihu and Lisa Pijot. So the last meeting I was at, they were engaging on a specific topic. I can't think of what it is right now. And I said to the person, I said, do you really want my opinion? And his answer to me was, I know you're going to give it to me anyways. I said, you're darn right I am. That's what I'm hired to do. And so we don't sit quietly on the shelf and wait for the RCMP, and we're going to get to a place where we can actually dialogue together instead of being done to. Anyways, that's my little sidestep on that. Sorry, Kate, I know that wasn't in your slide. She's probably cringing as Melanie and I are talking. So, part of this Indigenous justice strategy, and look at that, is looking how we can reestablish these relationships, how we become equal in the developments of systems that we interact with.
So we want to create a plan and a strategy that we can put forward as part of the Indigenous justice strategy, and I'm not on script at all right now, but the reality of this story is that that's why we're coming, one of the reasons that we're coming to you guys. Criminal justice system affects us in two ways, and Jean actually kind of mentioned it when we were talking. You know, it was many, many years ago, decades ago, that 50% of the women that were in prison were Métis women. Well, those stats are not much different today. And when you go into the prison systems, there is no supports for Métis women, and very often the women that are within those systems were victims before they were the people that ended up being a part of the criminal justice system. And many of them, many of our statistics around missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls are also people that fell out of the criminal justice system, that failed them, both as a survivor of being a victim, as well as being a criminal themselves if they've been involved with the drug trade or the prostitution trades or anything. These laws are set up to put women into a place of being judged differently, just like I talked about earlier. We need to change the criminal justice system to provide better resilient supports to help women get out of those systems and to have a better life, not to become a part of the broken part of our criminal justice system. So that's part of what we want you guys to do today. Am I way off script? We have some themes and things that Lisa will talk about, but we want you guys to talk about things that we can push forward but I want you to remember that Jean also told us about strategies and tactics. So maybe on your list when you guys are working together today at your tables, on your Wokotowin, we can have strategies to help us change the criminal justice system, but we can also have tactics that will help us move that yardstick forward.
Thank you. So I've been working with Melanie for 5 years now, 6 years. It'll be 6 years now. The most difficult part of my job is trying to script Melanie, and I have come to find out Melanie Omenihu cannot be scripted. And you know what? That's what we elect her for, isn't it? So our two themes that we're going to examine today, well, I'll just start by introducing the first theme, and we're going to take about 20 minutes per theme. And I do realize that this Wokotowin session is standing between you and the end of the day. and it's been a full day, so we'll make it very succinct time-wise. The first theme that we'd like to explore is supporting traditional Indigenous justice systems. So the question we have for you is, what do traditional Métis justice systems mean to you? What do they look like? How do you see these pieces interacting with the current system? For example, revitalizing Indigenous laws and customs, Indigenous-led courts or policing services, healing lodge, traditional restorative justice practices, and so on. So it's a quite loaded question. So we'll give you about 20 minutes to explore the theme of supporting traditional Indigenous justice system. And if you have any questions, I'd love to answer them, but I'm sure Kate is more positioned to answer them. So I'll ask Kate to mill around with us, and we can help you move your conversation along if need be. So let's give that one about 15, 20 minutes, Melanie. Okay.
Sounds good to me.
All right, thank you. Maybe the staff could pass out some of the flip chart paper to each of the table, please.
Test 1 2.
Okay. So that should be good.
Do you guys have to monitor it or during the interview, or do you just want to get Thomas to get on that?
Are you able to have a quick listen to this?
Is that? Yeah. We did it the first time. Yeah.
Can you check like levels? I just put it the
As
same
long as he
way.
knows which mic it is, he can unmute it, and I'll have it here.
And then you can, can you clear it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we can check it now if you want. Go for it. So put just that mic on the program.
Test 1 2.
Okay.
We're just standing by here for a minute.
Okay. Three questions. It'll be really easy.
Okay.
I'm going to ask who you are, where you're from, how you're associated, what is Reach for the Sky, and what are your hopes for Reach for the Sky?
Okay.
Nice. Who you are, what is Reach for the Sky, and what is your goal with Reach for the Sky?
Okay.
Yeah, they're going to put a microphone on your body.
Yeah, so you just
Yeah,
clip
they're-
it into your shirt.
you can just clip it onto your lanyard.
Like this way.
Okay.
Hit
I'll
it.
get ready.
For recording, so you just don't.
Clip it into your
Okay,
shirt.
sounds good.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay.
What's your name? Kelly Armstrong. Okay. He's going to count us down. Yep.
Okay.
Don't worry, I've got it.
Okay.
I'm here with Kelly Armstrong. So, Kelly, just tell us a bit about where you're from and what you do for Lfmo.
Well, I'm the manager for the Reach for the Sky project, and I'm from Hinton, Alberta. And I've been with Lfmo since probably about May of this year, and I'm loving it.
Awesome. And what is Reach for the Sky?
Reach for the Sky is a fantastic project that's running. It's for Métis young women between 18 and 30, and it's an educational and work experience program. And we give them a great opportunity. It's an 18-week program, and it's an opportunity to up your skills and get a little bit of work experience and get some education through Sask Polytech and the U of A.
Awesome. And so what are your hopes for this program? Like, what do you hope comes of it? And is it going to be annual? Is it going to run every year?
No, it's not going to run every year. We're hoping to run it more like about 3 times per year. Yeah, so we're hoping to recruit as many young women as we can.
Thank you so much. Yeah. I feel so crazy doing this. When you're running out. Microphone? Okay, I gotta.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Welcome back, everyone. Hello. That's usually what they do at weddings, and you gotta kiss someone. Oh my God. I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that one. So thank you. We milled around the table and heard some lovely conversations happening. I'm going to ask if anyone has a desire to share some of the responses to our theme 1 that they may have come up with at their table. So can I have staff to bring a mic up here, please? Oh, there's our lovely Harmony. Harmony's been all over the place today. Oh, and we also have River at the back of the room. So the question that we pose to you is, what do traditional Métis justice systems mean to you? And what do they look like? How do you see these pieces interacting with the current justice system?
Suzanne's going to talk.
There you go. Lise Hewson.
All right, I'm not even sure if this is pertaining to this, but it's an idea that I've had. I just passed my security guard course, and I'm now taking my private investigator course. And thank you. The way that I kind of fell on is I applied for a security guard job, and I didn't get it because I wasn't licensed. And I said, okay, well, how do I get licensed? And they said it cost $350 and 2 weeks of my time in a first aid course. It is that simple to go and get your course. So anyway, so that's what I'm doing. I think a lot about the murdered and missing Indigenous women, as you know, Métis women, and I always thought it'd be nice if the police officers had a division specifically to solve these issues. I don't know if they have that. I feel like they don't, and I feel like it's almost impossible to try to get them to agree to open this type of division up. So my idea was, there's a lot of people out there that are interested in looking into cold cases and stuff like that. So if other Métis women would like to become a private investigator, It would cost $350 of your time and 2 weeks of your time. And the private investigator, it's 50 hours of your time. And maybe, I guess, half of $350. I don't know. I'm doing both. But yeah, I guess that's the best way I could explain it, is we could do our own task force. And then if families would like our task force to solve their case, they could come to us and we could do the work. So that's just kind of the idea.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And like, it really speaks to the fact that these structures, these institutions, like these bodies, like aren't working for us, and we need to work outside of them. We asked the RCMP if they had, an inventory of the calls to justice, the calls to action for truth and reconciliation, if they had an inventory of those actions related to policing on missing and murdered Indigenous women, and they don't. It was in their own research report that showed that, and when we brought that up in our technical meetings, we got pushback as well. So maybe, yeah.
So I guess this is really about overcoming all our fear. So Lise, actually, in order to attend with us yesterday, got on the airplane for the very first time yesterday. And I have so they call me the mother hen. So just having a very proud mother hen moment that Kate asked for the mic to respond to that question. Sorry. Any other comments? Okay, over here, thank you.
Hi there, my name is Patricia Paulson. I'm from Northwest BC Métis Association and MNBC. Some of the things that we talked about are teaching our young people to identify themselves in the criminal justice system, and specifically when they find themselves in the criminal justice system. So having something, and this would require some cooperation by the police and the local RCMP detachments and things like that, but to be able to identify, to either be asked or to have a card or something on the wall near the phone and have a resource that they can call that will put them in touch with legal resources and Métis resources, specifically when they're in the situation when they're most in need and when they're most vulnerable. Also to educate our youth and children of their rights. So something like what was talked about is that we have the Youth for, Justice for Girls, and having a drop-down menu on there that explains youth what their rights are if they do have a police encounter, and if they are arrested for something, how, what they're entitled to as far as legal representation, whether or not they can be held, whether or not they can be physically searched, whether or not they can be held in an adult facility, searched by adult people, whether it's male or female, that sort of thing, what their preferences are, because those are all levels of trauma and victimization that can worsen the situation for a person. Also, Métis education workers in the schools to build relationships and trust, and having a hotline, even provincially, that could be 24 hours a day, just like, like Ministry for Children and Families are supposed to have an after-hours line that you can call in a crisis. Well, our Métis people need that for legal resources for when they're in a situation right now. So if a young woman who's being sexually, who's being trafficked or human trafficked and is arrested by the police, has somewhere to call right now to get somewhere safe, to have someone represent her, to show up, even to be able to have that person on that hotline reach into the community and say, okay, is there a grandmother or a mother that is taking on that role? And if not, then who? And then we discussed how we need capacity and resources to be able to pay people for that, because volunteering is great, but people also need to prevent themselves from being marginalized. And usually the people who are helping, who want to help with this, have been through it themselves, and they need to be known that their worth is worth something too, and that their lived experience is worth something, and that those are the best people sometimes to do this sort of work. Métis-specific legal aid and legal advocates falls under that, and Métis-specific, not pan-Indigenous, resources and education. So quite often the broad word of Indigenous services or Indigenous awareness or Indigenous sensitivity training or whatever they put these names on things, we need to be specific. This is First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. And it is, sorry? Indigenous as an umbrella, yes, as an umbrella word, and that the training needs to be specific. So in my community, I just mentioned that they had Indigenous sensitivity training, but they didn't reach out to the Métis. And I didn't even find out about it until afterwards, or I would have been right there to have some input on that, but nothing. So I feel very passionate about this. I just want to add one personal note, that I think that women, girls who've been sexually trafficked and who have fallen to into the criminal justice system should not have those things follow them for the rest of their life.
Thank you very much, and I couldn't agree more with your last comment. We continue to raise those issues at every opportunity we can. So from my heart, thank you for bringing it up. I'd love to take one more comment from a table. I can't see. I think River's got a table back there, and then we're going to go on. I see you. I think we got to go on to the next question after this presentation, if that's okay. And maybe
I just want to thank the last table, because one of the concerns that came up is that often if we ask people to identify, we know that they're going to face discrimination through that identification. So I like some of those tactics, you know, the 1-800 number, a phone line, something that distances themselves from self-identifying, because then either the police or other people might discriminate against them. I think when moving onwards, when you said a traditional Métis justice system, what came to mind was, I don't have a friggin' clue what that is. But we did come up with a few strategies, and we might repeat some of them. But one idea was a community-based circle to help people that are in the justice system afterwards to liaison with and come up with suggestions and outcomes to work with police or with the other part of the justice system as well. So come up with a Métis community-based circle justice system itself. Some of the tactics is, of course, a Métis police force in different various ways. I think in all of this discussion, we have to remember that there's rural and there's urban, so we got to try and move with that as well. So the tactics or the ideas might be different. Of course, increase maybe mental health workers that are embedded with ordinary all police forces. More supports just for having mental health, Métis mental health workers. We need to ask for more support along that line. We need to have more educational training of Métis with all police forces from day one. And Métis officers, police officers, have a symbol maybe on their uniform so that other people can see that they're actually Métis. If somebody's being picked up by a police force and all of a sudden they see one of the police force persons, the officer, with some kind of Métis symbol, maybe that would help. Not sure, just an idea. Thank you.
So I think that's the purpose of these sessions, to hear these really concrete suggestions and solutions. And I thank all of you who have commented back, and we'll certainly gather those comments and make sure they're reflected in our forum reports. Although you couldn't report all back at this time, we'll make sure we capture it. So I'd like, if you would, if we move on to theme 2 and look at the reforms to the existing Canadian justice system to reduce overrepresentation and systemic discrimination of Indigenous people. So what areas do we need to prioritize to meet that goal? It's a very lofty goal. And what elements of the justice system have your community struggled with? And how can these be improved? What does a culturally appropriate, culturally safe criminal justice process look like? So, you know, just some light afternoon conversations after a full day. Hi.
Hello? Sorry about that. So, couple of things. As you probably are aware, in Saskatchewan, we have over 70% of the women that are incarcerated in Saskatchewan are Indigenous women. And there's a couple of reasons for that. And I think one of the things that I think, from my own perspective, is, as we know, or some of us know, that when the Conservatives were in power, they implemented minimum sentencing standards on a number of different offenses. And I think that is certainly affecting the overrepresentation of both men and women, Indigenous women. So I think that needs to be addressed. And I believe that that Canada is looking at that. But the other thing is wrongful convictions. And so when we think about wrongful convictions, we think about, you know, all these men that went to jail for murder and then they do the DNA. There are wrongful convictions happening today in every single court in Canada. And that is when people plead out. It's a miscarriage of justice. So they say, you know what, I've seen it 100 times. I would never do it personally, but they say, I'm incarcerated, especially women, on some breaches, which usually leads back to mental health issues, addictions issues, all of that. So I'm just going to plead out. If I plead out, I'll just get another week in jail or they'll let me go. There are so many miscarriages of justice in Canada, in our courts. And it's happening probably downtown Ottawa right now in the courts. So that's something that we really have to, I think, focus on, is all of these people, they're wrongful convictions. There's no other way of putting it. The other thing is Gladue and the Gladue factors. So when Gladue first came out of the Supreme Court of Canada, people were getting Gladue reports, you know, and the courts were paying attention to those. It's been some time now, and so courts aren't really recognizing, well, they're recognizing Gladue, but they're not utilizing it the way it should be. And the writers of the Gladue reports, not all of them, but a lot of them aren't doing them properly. So they're of no use when you get into court. No use whatsoever. So those are, and the Gladue reports really do mitigate the circumstances of offenders. And so that's something that I know is not being used properly in the courts, and the courts don't really pay as much attention. And it affects our women. Sentencing circles, underused and not respected. And it's, I'm going to go back to what Jean said earlier. It's all of those external factors. The big guy saying, we don't like that.
That's right.
We don't want to talk to offenders. We want to punish them. We don't want to figure out why. We don't want to set up the supports for them because it's too expensive. Just throw them in jail. I did, I think, the one and only sentencing circle on a manslaughter a few years ago. And the woman I represented, it was this close to being self-defense, but it wasn't quite there. She did a community sentence. 2 years, less a day, in the community because she was an abused woman. And we don't use these systems, and we need to start using those systems. Or none of this other stuff matters about whether or not you identify as Métis or First Nations. If we don't deal with these substantive issues, it's just going to continue.
Absolutely.
So
Vice
those are
President.
my words. Sorry,
Thank you
Lisa.
so very much, and we'll, I could listen to you all day, Vice President Leclerc, and I appreciate your additions, and I hope that you'll submit that so we can capture all of your wonderful ideas and recommendations. So let's bring it back to the group now and the conversation and talk about our theme 2, and we'll only give it about 10 more minutes because I feel the energy draining out of all of us, and I don't think we have much left today. So just 10 more minutes on theme number 2, and we'll bring it back for a couple of comments, and then we'll be off until supper time tonight. So take a look at theme number 2 and then write some comments down for us. Thank you. If you can wait. Hello, hello. If I can just ask you to hold your comments till we come back, and we'll go over to you. So whatever runner with the mic will start over there. Thank you.
just look at you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. We're good? Okay, I'm here. Okay. I'm here at Lfmo's gathering annual policy forum with Bailey Oster. Hi, Bailey. If you just want to tell us who you are and where you're from.
Sure, my name is Bailey Oster. I am Vice President of New Dawn Métis Women's Society out of Edmonton, Alberta. So I'm originally from Elk Point, Alberta, but I currently live in Edmonton.
Awesome. And so can you tell us a bit about the Youth and Seniors gathering in February?
Sure. So I work at the Métis Nation of Alberta as a regional youth coordinators manager. And every single year, except for during COVID, but every single year we host a youth and seniors gathering in Edmonton. So this year, or I guess next year, it's going to be February, I believe, 10th to 12th at the River Cree Resort and Casino, just outside of Edmonton and Enoch. And that is just an amazing conference where we bring together youth and seniors from across the province to gather together to learn from each other and to enjoy a ton of Métis culture, activities, artisans, etc. And it's just a really amazing weekend. So if there's anyone who's from Alberta, fits into either the youth or the seniors category, and is interested in attending, please keep an eye out on our social media for that.
Amazing. And what are the youth and seniors category? What ages are those?
That's a good question. So youth is counted as 12 to 29, and I believe seniors is 60 plus, but I might have to be fact checked on that.
Okay. I'm sure if someone, I'm sure if someone is 59, it's okay, right? Or
It depends. We'll have to look at it case by case, yeah.
okay, thank you so much. Check out the Youth and Seniors gathering in February. Thank you. Thank you.
I can go? Okay, welcome back, everyone. That was a really quick 10 minutes, but I know a lot of the tables had already explored theme 2 in their first part of the conversation. So I think the important part is to return it back to hearing, some comment for some of the tables. If you hear noise in the room, it's because Bernie Pico is running around talking when she'd be sitting and listening. For those of you who follow me on Facebook, you know why I have a license to make those kind of comments about her. So we'd like to hear about theme 2, reforming the existing Canadian justice system. So would anybody like to speak to that? And I believe I had referred that I'd come back to this table over here if we could get a mic. So this table front and left was, I said we'd come back to at the beginning. I'm sorry, I can't see back there. Yeah, so this lady, we had asked her to wait. Okay. Go ahead, dear. Go ahead, she's given the right away.
Hello, there we are. Hello, so my name is Christina, and I am from Victoria. First of all, thank you for having me here. I am very honored to be among so many Métis women. So I wanted to share a quick story. I am a youth worker in Victoria, and I was sitting in a meeting with my organization, and we were discussing critical incidents, which is what we refer to as emergencies. And I sat there as we discussed a scenario, an imaginary scenario, where a youth discloses they are thinking of suicide during a Zoom meeting and what we would do in this situation. And we were asked to discuss this as a team. And I knew what they were asking me to say. What they wanted my answer to be is that they said that I would hang up the call and call the police. And I sat there as the only Indigenous woman in this meeting and tried not to cry, because I knew that calling the police was not a safe option for the youth that I support. And when it came to my time to speak, I said, I tried to explain my point of view, or the Indigenous point of view, that calling the police was not always a safe option for our communities. And I said the name Chantel Moore, and I asked them to say it with me, for we all know who she is. And I sat there and looked at all these very uncomfortable faces, and then May basically dropped out of the Zoom call because I actually had to go. So I mic dropped and I left. And I had a bunch of people message me and say, thank you for bringing up Chantel Moore, thank you for bringing up this issue. That calling the police is not a safe thing to do for our communities and many communities in a mental health crisis. What my table discussed is how so often when someone is facing a mental health crisis or a crisis that involves addiction or substance, that the only option is to call the police, call 911. The RCMP, the police, are not equipped to deal with these issues. They do not have the training, they do not have the cultural competency to deal with these issues, and this results in bodily harm, in death. What we would like to see is a national, not a provincial, but a national hotline similar to 911, when someone can call when someone is experiencing a mental health crisis, and the properly trained individuals will respond. In some areas, there are such services, but they are restricted by a 9 to 9 time limit. And we all know that mental health crises or other issues do not have a window of time that they occur. Similarly, the RCMP currently have a 6-month training period. This is far too short. This needs to be extended, similar to a university degree, which takes 4 years. And during these 4 years, those RCMP officers, those police officers, can properly be trained in cultural competency, nonviolent crisis intervention, and trauma-informed care. Thank you.
Thank you very much for bringing that issue forward. And certainly, Lfmo have heard from women across the motherland the issue around the mental health safety checks and the challenging scenarios and at times dangerous scenarios that presents. And so I really appreciate the fact that you offered a tactic that we can work towards to improve outcomes. So I'm going to ask our delegate up here at front.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. My name is Bonnie Marwood, and I'm from Saskatchewan, and I'd like to talk to you about Saskatchewan and the problems that we're having in Saskatchewan, specifically because that's the only province I can speak to with some authority. We are indeed in a bit of a crux because we do have GLADU. And GLADU was implemented in, I believe, 99, and Section 718 is meant for Indigenous people, and it's meant so that we look at alternatives other than incarceration. And in so doing, we have a problem in that we don't distinguish between, when we say First Nation people, we talk about Métis, or we talk about the First Nation, but there's no distinction. And so when they talk about the numbers of being 80% plus, for example, of our women being Indigenous, being incarcerated in Saskatchewan, by the way, the same number is true for our children, 80+%. When we look at that, we don't actually know what percentage of those people are Métis and who is actually from who distinguishes themselves as First Nation. But what I do know from doing the research is that when we look at people who are Métis and they describe themselves as Métis in front of the criminal justice system, what often happens is judges determine that they are indeed not Indigenous enough. They determine that their Gladue factors aren't pressing, and that is actually something that is seen time and time again. And where you have somebody who is a colonizer who determines indeed how much your indigeneity means to you or you as a person. And I think what it is we have to begin to realize, to know what we don't know. And in order to do that, we need Gladue reports. And in Saskatchewan, we have a dearth of Gladue report writers and Gladue reports. It's very hard to get. Legal aid in a voir dire 2 years ago, Craig Goebel, who was the CEO, came on and he said that we no longer have money for legal aid for Gladue reports. And so don't be looking there to get one. We also have a problem in that we don't have that many Gladue report writers. I do it myself, but I do it for dangerous offenders and only in the worst cases. So the average person hoping to get a Gladue report in Saskatchewan, you're not likely to get one. And if you're Métis, you don't need one because you don't really have Indigenous factors that matter. So I think we need to look at that. And I think another thing that comes to, that I think is really important that's just recently come up in Saskatchewan is, I don't know how many of you have heard, but we are getting in 2023 a new marshal service. So the RCMP won't be the only dogs in town. We're going to have a new system that we're going to spend $20 million a year so that we can have more incarceration. And what I find interesting to note is that they were saying on the news that no Indigenous group was actually contacted about how they felt about this new marshal service that was coming to town. Even though if we take a look at who is indeed being incarcerated, one would assume that that marshal service is indeed to govern us as Indigenous people. So I guess that's what I would say, is that it's all very well to say that we have these protections in place, like Gladue reports and so forth. What we need to do as Métis people and as movers and shakers is to see that they indeed are using them and that we stick up for our people and make sure that they know who they're dealing with.
Thank you very much. Would anybody else like to, oh, I think I saw this table and up this table up here after Harmony. Oh, I'm sorry, River, I can't see you back there. So I am going to ask to go to this table next because they kind of got ignored last time too. So we'll go over here. No, go ahead, please, dear. And then we'll come back up here and then we'll go back to River. And then we might be close to the end of our day.
Hello, everyone. My name is Holly McVeigh. I'm from Rocky Mountain House, Alberta, but I'm currently studying my Master's of Biology at UNBC, working with medicinal plants. This is an issue that's near and dear to my heart, so thank you very much for letting me speak. One thing that we were talking about was what happens at training at Depot for the RCMP. I'm going to echo a little bit of your thoughts here, but absolutely, if you'd like it to be longer, that's a great idea, and really include those cultural fluencies, but I went for something a little bit simpler. We really just need to start at empathy. One of the things that happens at Depot, I knew someone that went through, is something called tossing. So if you have something wrong with your room, if there's a speck of muck on your mirror from brushing your teeth, if your bed sheets aren't perfect, the supervisor there will come and take your stuff and chuck it all over the room and show you that you have messed up and violate, your personal property. And if you do that too many times, they just kick you out. So essentially, if you don't become a machine, to use your words, if you don't dehumanize yourself, you can't become a cop. And so that's a problem, because if you can't give yourself empathy, you can't give anyone else empathy. So I think it really needs to start there, is changing the fundamentals and philosophy of what it means to be a police officer.
Thank you very much. I have nothing to add to that. Thank you for bringing that forward. And so we have a mic coming up here, and then we're going to the table at the back of the room after.
Hello, hello. Yeah, it is. Julianne McLeod from Credit River. We did use most of our Theme 1 for Theme 2, and it's all starting with teaching, with building trust, and to work on prevention, support, build relationships, and by having a Métis person as a support system to assist the accused, to also provide proper legal support with a Métis lawyer, and to start early though, early in school, have mental health classes in kindergarten. Have someone there that comes every week that whatever tools they use, I'm thinking Montessori, different figures and things that they can use to explain to a child what's sadness, what's deep sadness, what's happy, what are those emotions that you are dealing with, and to have that professional worker actually be able to flag situations that are of concern and go to someone and try to get a referral, connect with the parents, that sort of thing. We need facilitators, we need guidance counselors who are Métis, who can, perhaps not all of these situations need as high level as attention, but they do need a voice. They do need someone who will listen. They need the ear of someone who understands them. One other thing in connecting with what you were talking to about the police, having frequent information sessions on culture, on the difficulties that our culture in various parts of the motherland deal with on a daily basis. And also have a back and forth with the police and try to find out what their solutions might be, how they see connecting with our community, because this will never end if it's always an us, them. And the only way to try and get around that, I think, is through connecting with them and showing that we are open, but that they are as well. And that's it.
Thank you very much. And actually, if you can just, I acknowledge the background. I know that Jean Taya is just going to add a quick comment in here. So if you want to just pass it back, and then we'll reserve last comments for that back table.
I just want to back up a little bit to the first question there. Someone here said you don't have a clue what the traditional Métis legal systems. I would guess that's probably most of the people in this room. So I actually, in the course of writing my book, The Northwest is Our Mother, uncovered quite a few really fascinating germs of the Métis traditional justice system. And I did a whole lecture on it at the University of Manitoba a couple of years, well, before COVID, before times. And so it's available if you want to go on and look at it. And I think they'll put out the website, the link information for you. It's a 1-hour lecture where I talk about some of the threads that I found of traditional Métis justice systems, international way they dealt, meaning inter-nation, and also so criminal and some civil ways. So that's one thing. The other thing I want to do is to say again what I said this morning. I think it's nice to say, let's go talk to the police and find out what they want. It's a waste of time. I don't know how many justice reports have been done but I know there's something like 380 have been done about us in this country. 380 massive reports. Most of them are about criminal justice. We have been studied to death. We know all the answers for this stuff. We've been giving it to them over and over and over again. The problem isn't us, right? It's not that, I agree, we've got mental health problems, we've got issues that we need to deal with. We're not the problem. Their culture, their justice system, their policing, their misogynist system is actually functioning exactly the way it was designed to function, which is to put us all in jail and to get rid of us. It's doing what it's supposed to do. So I say to you again, we can talk until we're blue in the face about fixing ourselves and everything, but nothing is going to change until that cultural system changes. And it's not just Indigenous people, right? It's people of color. You've been watching the news for the last, how many years about the military, about the RCMP, about the cops. They hate women, period, let alone Indigenous women. That's the intersectionality that we keep talking about, right? Is it just compiling all those things together? This is a deeply misogynist institution. It is designed to protect white men's property. And women have always been considered white men's property. That's what the system is designed to do. So if we want to change that, what you need to do is take a really good look at what has been successful in changing it even a millimeter ever. And what is it that's done that? My own analysis is the only thing that's done that is when there's one big, huge case that demonstrates how absolutely awful things are, and then they minutely will adjust it, right? But essentially, we are looking at a criminal justice system that was formed in about the 1100s in England, and a lawyer from the 1300s could stand in a court today with me and Michelle and be able to function perfectly because the system has not changed. A doctor couldn't do that. You couldn't bring a doctor from the 1300s into a hospital today, but you can bring a lawyer in today because it hasn't changed. So if we want to change it, I think we've got to aim at the right target, folks. And I'm not saying we don't have to do work on our own health and our own youth and all that kind of stuff. That's part of our job, but that's not going to fix this thing. So we got to figure out, we got to start talking about where to aim our ammunition and our efforts and our energy. And my suggestion is where we aim it is not on ourselves. Don't turn this against us. It's not about us, really. It's about them.
Thank you, Jean. Okay. And at long last, our beautiful table at the back.
Hi. Oh, it's a hot mic. Melanie asked me to share this story. And this story speaks to the lack of safety and human rights neurodivergent people endure in this country. On May 20th, 2021, I'm the mother and primary caregiver of a 46-year-old Métis man who has profound autism. He's in the 1 percentile. He has a complete neurosensory hearing loss. He is epileptic and a brittle diabetic, just to give you some background on who my son Misha is. On May 20th, 2021, he was being driven home from day program by his caregiver. I was in the kitchen prepping his snack, his diabetic snack, keeping my eye on the clock because he comes home about 3:45. About 3:45, I heard screaming and yelling. I don't know what possessed me to grab my phone as I ran to my front window, and I saw an RCMP member aiming a long gun at someone, screaming at them to show their hands, put their hands out the window. I don't want to shoot you, but I will shoot you. Show me your hands, show me your hands. And as I turned my head, who they were aiming at was my son, who's deaf, and his caregiver. The caregiver kept calling out that he was just driving his client home. I ran down the front door and I videotaped this. I ran out and identified that my son was in the red. He's extremely autistic. He was totally deaf and functions in a range from 3 years old to 9 years old. The RCMP member acknowledged it, as more and more snipers arrived. 6 to 8 snipers pointing and screaming at my son, orders he could not hear. So I ran out the front door and I said, I have to get in eyesight so that I can sign to him, use sign language to tell him how to comply. Please don't shoot him. He's not hearing your screams. And the female officer grabbed me, pushed me back against my wall, and told me if I didn't get in the house, she was going to arrest me for obstruction. So I ran upstairs to the window, my upstairs window in my living room, thinking that if I could catch my son's eyes, I could sign to him through the window. But as I looked, his eyes were transfixed on the gun, and he started hitting himself in the head. And they kept this up for almost an hour. More and more snipers, as my son was more and more distressed, still not allowing me to communicate to him what was being screamed at. At the end of the time, we found out that it was a case of mistaken identity. I heard over the radio about 15 minutes in that they had already detained someone whose description they were looking. And that's when I started yelling at them, saying, is this mistaken identity? Why have you detained someone? I can hear your radios. Again, I was threatened with arrest. So, long story short, Misha, eventually, about an hour later, when there was no more of their exercises they could carry out, they let Misha out of the truck. And Misha ran into the house, but I stayed filming because the caregiver was still in handcuffs on the ground. It had gone from investigative detainment to an arrest, because the moment they put those cuffs on, it was an arrest. And they knew they had the wrong party. That was already acknowledged. Today, my son, he lost continence for about 3 months. Every time I would try to get him into a vehicle, his knees buckled. To this day, I wrote a letter to the officer in charge, and my request was 4 things: that they tell me what kind of training they get to interact with neurodiverse peoples, that in the absence of such a training model, that they work with Community Living BC to develop a training model, because Community Living BC had confirmed to me in an email that it was a systemic issue that the RCMP refused to collaborate on. I asked that they find a way to restore the relationship so that in case of a disaster or my death, my son wouldn't run from the helpers, and that his future would be better than what had just happened to him, that they find a way to restore the relationship. I got a letter back asking me to submit to questioning, which of course Melanie told me do not do. So I told them I'm not submitting to questioning. I was just at home minding my own business. I'm not in conflict with the law. I'm not under investigation, you are. They still haven't apologized to him. In March, I filed with the civilian-led commission on RCMP. They punted it right back to the detachment to investigate themselves. And every month I get a letter from Lisa Fletcher telling me that investigation and justice is very important to them, and that they want to make sure it's thoroughly investigated. It was a cut and dried case of wrongful detainment. They've already apologized to the caregiver profusely, many times over, but not my son. Now when we go get in the car, my son, who is the only person I know that lives his life trying to please and comply with everything expected of him, looks at me as we get into the car, and he asks me every day before we go out. He looks around to see if there's RCMP, and then he looks deeply into my eyes When an autistic man looks you in the eyes, he looks you in the eyes. And he says to me, am I a good man? And that's the killer for me, because he's the best man I know. This is a systemic issue right across the country. It just happened in Alberta, and ACERT found out that the RCMP lied. And thankfully, ACERT exposed that lie when they detained another autistic young man who was playing behind his grandma's house at the park. It's happened over and over and over again across this country that neurodivergent people cannot have access to the community. There cannot be access and inclusion without first safety. Carla Qualter doesn't want to hear about it. Nobody wants to hear about it. I've told CLBC that since they confirmed they're an institution, I said, it's up to you to hold the other institution in this province who's harming your, don't put it on me to solve the problem. Why aren't you contacting Attorney General, Solicitor General, and saying, what can we do here? This is wrong. But no, they just stay quiet and safe and allow the police force to run amok. I've come to the conclusion that there is no way of holding the RCMP accountable because they think they're allowed to do anything under investigative detention. And that's just wrong. I don't know what all the answers are, but you gotta know I'm making as much noise as I have strength to make. And I'm contacting as many people as I know. And that I'm not gonna stop until people who think differently are safe to leave their homes in this community, in all our communities. 33% of us live with disability, and of that 33%, a critical mass are neurodivergent. Invisible, even within that demographic. That needs to change. Sorry for slaying such a heavy on you at the last of the day. Sorry.
Laura, I want to thank you for the courage to share your story. You have told a story and your reality that nothing that we have done today in talking with our tables could have put it more eloquently on what we need to see changed in the justice system. From my heart, thank you, Laura. I would like at this point, because it is a little bit of a heavy subject that we've heard, and I'm sure there's some of us that it has touched in different ways than others, I'd like people in the room, including my colleagues, if they could raise their hands that they're helpers, that if anybody feels that they need to chat about what they've just heard, or would like to share a story with someone, they could raise their hand, and you'll know where you can find some support and spend some time with you. Unfortunately, we can't smudge inside the building. So if somebody would like to arrange that and smudge, that would be a wonderful idea, and thank you for bringing that up. We do have our grandmothers here, we have our staff here that are able to help, so I encourage you to, in this instance, find a friend and chat about it. I just don't even know how to follow that. Otherwise, else saying that thank you very much for all of your contributions today. This is a preliminary step in us helping to define what we would like to see in a newer imagined justice system from a Métis perspective. We'll have more dialogue about this, but I can tell you we're a little ahead of the game in terms of engagement, and I know other people that receive funding are just in their initial steps as well. So we're not behind the ball, we're not last to the game. We're actually one of the first at the games as Métis women. to be able to talk about a new re-envisioned justice strategy. And I thank you for taking part in that. And with that, I would like you to invite you to go and take some time for yourself for just about an hour and 20 minutes. We'll be serving supper at 6 or shortly thereafter. I've been asked that the room does need to be cleared for supper, and I would encourage you to bring your books with you to your room so, you know, we don't spill and things like that. So with that, we'll see you back here at 6 p.m. with our wonderful keynote speaker, Jean Taye. Thank you.
Hello? If anyone is in room 608, you've dropped your room key. 608?